or logistics, assuming logistics besides the Rebisu, they decided to ban those just because to try and level the playing field. Or like we were talking about earlier, they could be potentially trying to get Vydra to say, hey, we know you have that Vandal comp, we've seen it before and we're ready for it. So either show something new or bring that and we will try and fight it. So that's where I think those bans came from and why. I mean, obviously, ban out the Chameleon, no one likes ECM. The Victor is very difficult to deal with. Those webs are very, very strong. They pretty much just lock down anyone and everyone on the field.
So Tony, those are the four most common AT ships that we've been seeing this year. Are there any other AT prize ships that we might expect to see come out this weekend? Are there any kind of like possibly less useful but useful possibly when more and more hulls are getting banned that you might expect to see? Maybe the Etana, for example?
Yeah, so the Etana is one that in the previous years, I think it's been the most popular AT cruiser used. The Etana is essentially sort of the mirror of the Rebisu. It's very powerful, especially in Tinker comps, and we've seen quite a few of those actually involving Basilisk and a few like 3 battleships transferring cap to it. There's also the Malice, which might make an appearance. So in a similar way to the Vangal, it brings a lot of newts, it's really tanky, it's got the new assault damage control, which has increased its value maybe in the different matches. There are a few other maybe weird ones that I could maybe see. Maybe a Cambion, perhaps.
Maybe a Frecky just for the swag.
Yeah, or maybe the Virtuoso because it's pretty cheap, and we have been seeing 4 bomber teams. So.
Yeah, I mean that is a brave move, shall we say, for a Virtuoso on field, especially if it was last year in the battlecruiser meta. Now with battleships, maybe it's a bit more survivable. You know, cruise missiles against bombers, not so great. But yet we are only about 2 minutes from the match beginning, so let's do a little bit of prediction action. Rain, who is your pick for the winner of the losers finals, Tri versus Vidra?
I'm definitely going to go for Tri. My heart goes with Tri, and I believe that they can do it. They can pull off an upset.
Sutoni?
I think it's going to go 2-1 to Vidra. I think
вроде
Vidra
работает.
have shown a lot more in terms of their
Спасибо за подписку.
and comps.
Блин,
I think Triumph are really
пришел, комп
confident.
включил,
Probably one of them,
не
like the
работал.
most solid, if not the most solid
Надо
team
было
in their execution
немного
this year.
раньше
So I
настроить
think they can definitely take a game of
все эти
Vidra,
моменты.
whether or not they can go 2-1. I'm not too sure if the conquest rules in place.
Yeah, I mean, I am going to make the prediction that Vidra win 2-1, as you did, but I'm going to add into the fact that at least one AT ship will die in this match.
Так, чатик.
Not necessarily this game,
Всё.
especially with so many of them banned, but in this match, I feel like we're getting an AT ship death, and I hope we are. So, let's head over to the match now, as the casters are ready, the teams are ready for the first match in this best-of-3 series between Vidra Reloaded and Triumvirate.
О, начинается матч быстро как. Первый матч. Эй. Эй. Какой перерыв? Эй. Не должно быть перерыва.
You're probably going to want to look into the camera as you give your introduction.
Сидит слева такой. А этот в пиджаке, как... Это тот, который этот был. В пиджаке долларов.
Vydra Reloaded have brought a fan favorite, isn't that right, Jin? ECM. We have a Leshak, Guardian, Curse, Sacrilege,
Начали внезапно. Ладно, первый матч на сегодня это Триумвираты и Выдры. Best of 3 за выход в финал. Или за 3-е место. Триумвираты. 2 БШ, Нави Мега, Лешак, Апса, Курса есть, Сакраховит Таклик, Понтифик Седьмак, Вексер, Таля и Дьяка. Ну и Выдра больше интересует нас. 1 Лешак. Гвард Логист, тоже есть Курса, Сакра, Рук Фалькон, Магус, Понтификс, Ведьмак, Малер. То есть, в принципе, Рук Фалькон это то, что часто выбирают. Часто выбирал Выдра и Гидра. Очень под все подходит, можно сказать, этот вариант. Причем 3 у них получается... Привет. 3 у них ЕЦМ получается, и сразу они убирают просто ДПС, джам, Курсу, потом Талию, Диакон. Ну, в принципе, у них хватит, чтобы заджамить все и убрать даже логистов. Видно, что триумвираты топят куда-то в сторону, пытаются катить. Выдры просто стоят на месте, тоже пытаются как-то держать больше дистанцию, ждут, пока, видать, к ним будут вырываться, не подставляются.
Jockey for position, not using up too much capacitor when using that capacitor itself wouldn't be effective. The position that they get from it wouldn't matter much in terms of this fight.
Гвардиан Фалькон рук Курса уходит в тыл у выдры, и хэви-таклеры готовятся перехватывать все, что будет топить хвост на них, то есть, скорее всего, будут так кружить по кругу какое-то время. Но как им пытаться ворваться, вот вопрос. Как триумвиратам пытаться ворваться в это все? Да, сферы такие — это бонусы, которые на какой-то момент возникают и пропадают. Кто-то должен будет сделать первый шаг. Я думаю, что выдры, в принципе, могут это сделать. Видно, что нетрики легли на Нави Мегу. И триумвираты топят. Они... Лишак пытается прорваться сквозь, но его тоже Малер Сакра останавливает. Возможно, если бы триумвираты связали именно Сакру Малера своими тоже хэви-таклерами, если бы у них это получилось, то, возможно, бы шабы дотопили до Фалькона Рука. И из этого могло бы что-нибудь выйти, если, конечно, у них есть... такл на быша. Алекс Ленин на векселе под скромной сетку попался. Также поддерживают Нави Мегу. Сеткуют периодически лишак. И они, в принципе, не могут прорваться. И, скорее всего, Рук Фалькон сейчас просто уйдут уже еще чуть дальше. И из этой ситуации будет сложно выбраться. Тали, Диакон будет джамиться. И Нави Меги потекла. То есть логично. Тали и Диакон заджамить довольно-таки просто. Перекидывают логистических дронов на Мегатрон. У выдры единственный их, пожалуй, минус — это то, что у них не так много ДПСа. Но если они заджамят логистов, отспортят дронов, а скорее всего скоро именно это произойдет. Потому что так они уже действовали. Когда начинаешь дамажить именно быша, на него кидают всех логистических дронов, потом просто их смортят в нужный момент. Видно, что и Апсу придерживают. Лишак сейчас просто под трекдизом. Придерживает Апсу и... Так, она вышла из-под скрамла. Придерживает Курсу. Но недостаточно просто дотопить до Фалькона Рука. Нужно еще как бы попытаться их задамажить, а это еще сложнее, потому что Фалькон Рук, чувствуя угрозу, могут перекинуть весь джам на именно дамагеров, которые их придерживают, и все равно уйдут. Если пилоты, конечно, грамотные. И заканчивается 5-я минута. Выдры поймали Курсу. По Курсе пошел ДПС. Там 2 сетки, джам. И Курса, конечно, быстро ее убирает, потому что Курса имеет всего 3 лоу-слота, броня там, как бы, с броней проблемы. И выдры с каждым разом будут просто все лучше и лучше контролировать ситуацию. Торопиться некуда, всех убирать не обязательно. Но теперь, когда нету Курсы, в принципе, может легко работать ДПС, лишак, например. А у них, получается, только лишак страдал от курсы как-то по-особенному. Там течет вексор, вексор пытается качать. Видно, что уже придерживает диакон триумвиратов, сушит при этом.
Yeah, absolutely. This Vexor is going down. He is he's got 10% armor. He's going into structure. He's getting
Да, много логистических дронов. Могло спасти, наверное, ситуацию немного... Много дамажных дронов, конечно. И вексор минус. Логистический дрон тут не спасает. Талия и диакон уже просто под джамом и под нитриками. При этом нейтрики даже страшнее, чем джам. Джам просто их перекрывает, сбрасывает лок с фрегатов легко. А нейтрики даже не дают шанса начать кого-то откачивать. Вот это вот, я не понимал, зачем брать Absolution или там любой другой команд БК. Они дорогие и, в принципе, не особо такие. Непонятно, что они могут дать. Конечно, они танкованные. У них есть ДПС. Но они будут умирать, значит, чуть позже. А ДПС там не так, чтобы сильно много.
But they really need to do something right now because I think they should seriously try and go for a Guardian right now because right now they can't even break any of the main DPS line for Vyacheslav right now, and it's pretty. I might be a bit too early.
I think this is pretty much over for the Triumvirate team. They're not going to be able to break those Guardians.
Очень часто попадались, напомню, в сетапах выдры и гидры именно рук Фалькон, даже без Блэкбёрда, как некоторые любят добавлять, или виду, причем виду выдры забанили. К слову, триумвираты забанили Хамелеон, Рабицу и Виктор. И сетап позволяет контролировать поле боя очень сильно. Плюс еще тут усиление в виде курсы.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been seeing, especially on these very high-tier groups, that there's been two different setup archetypes. We've been seeing this heavy new.
Ну и все большие корабли на Вимега, Лишак и Апса, они под джабом, под скрамлом, под дамперами, под сетками. Даже не нужно, сейчас, конечно, скорее всего, Absolution заберут, но даже этого, по-моему, не нужно делать выдром, чтобы победить в этом матче. Рук и Фалькон самый сильный джамп в игре, можно сказать. Это позволяет контролировать половину команды противника. Итак, убирает Absolution, и 37 уже поинтов набрали выдры. Сейчас еще Лишак будут пытаться забрать. У них есть 30 секунд.
Are they going to bring another ECM team, or are they going to bring Curse?
They can't bring it again. The conquest rules, of course.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They can't
New
bring.
for this year.
New for this year.
Конечно, то, что знание, что у выдры и гидры есть такие корабли, которые недоступны триумвиратам и другим, дает им большое преимущество, потому что часто вот видно сейчас, как триумвираты забанили именно эти корабли и не имеют возможности забанить другие корабли, типа там каких-нибудь реконов или логистов, не знаю, что там, кто думает. Ну и выдра первую победу берет. Тут матч до 2 побед в серии из 3 матчей. Я не знаю. Так, а у меня чайник там стоит, сейчас вернусь. Не знаю, стоит ли, может, сделать так, чтобы победители чемпионата не участвовали в следующем чемпионате на альянсовом, на личном уровне. Но это неправильно было бы, на мой взгляд. Но думаю, как-то эту ситуацию попытаются, возможно, отбалансить на следующий АТ. Может, так оставят, в принципе. В принципе, надо просто исключить такие полезные кораблики, ну, которые на АТ могут быть. Типа логистов, особых ориконов. Или поинтов добавить для таких кораблей, чтобы они дороже стоили. Я не знаю, насколько этот день на самом-то деле пройдет интересный в плане АТ, но как бы сейчас уже одна победа за выдрой, и получается, если они, ну, если они уже на полпути, можно сказать, к финалу, если они выходят в финал, то выдра против гидры, а там уже, даже не знаю.
Or I want to say any other ship just with filled their mids with the ECM. But at the same time, I want to say Vidra now has to be very careful. I think you had mentioned it that like shield links or like the shield command destroyers, because people love using the command destroyers for links, but now if those are banned or they just don't fit in the comp, then they have to have consideration for, well, maybe they need actual command ships or battle cruisers, T1 battle cruisers.
So, Suetonia,
против джам формата на самом деле можно воевать. Это показывалось как бы некоторыми командами. Но для этого нужно быстро каким-нибудь способом убрать фалькон или рук, хотя бы для начала.
Yeah, so a burst jammer is an AoE weapon. It has about 60 CPU and it
Это
uses
должны
quite a
быть
bit of
корабли
cap, but it's
какие-нибудь,
enough that most cruisers should be able to run them comfortably.
которые могут
When you
сопротивляться
activate it, I
джаму
believe
или
with
как-то
max kills, it's
каким-то
a
другим
9
способом
kilometer optimal with 9 kilometer fall off. It
все-таки убрать их.
applies it tries to break all of the locks within that radius. It's not like a normal ECM targeted jam where it jams someone for 20 seconds. It only just breaks their locks and it's over. And it has
Хорошо
a very
показывали,
long
кстати,
cycle time of 30
БКшки
seconds.
лонговые
You
в
can
этом
only
случае
fit one
себя.
to the ship. I think we saw Triumvirate use it on a Vexer very well in the Triumvirate versus NC game, the weekend prior. And I think we saw the Vexer doing that role in this game as well, just trying to charge into the Vidra team and just start ECM bursting to break locks.
So we have a graph ready for you guys. I know Stream Chat loves their graphs. It is going to be the graph of the most picked uniques. So this is, I assume, from all Alliance tournaments past that we have data on.
Сенсор-бустеры могли бы помочь.
So that is the Malice is the very most popular.
Особенно на БШ.
Suetonia, do you want to run us through this quickly?
Не, по-моему,
Yeah, I
один
think it's also worth
ратл был.
mentioning that in previous Alliance tournaments, you could bring a lot more copies of ships as well. So I think Pandemic Legion had a team that had 3 Malices in it, for example. I think that was in AT 12 or 13, if I remember correctly.
Most
Or
picked
maybe that
уник.
was AT 10. Anyway, so
Уникальные
the
корабли.
Malice is sort of like a crew war and a retribution combined into one ship with a really tanky, really
Что-то они за все время, что ли, взяли?
really good at screening and tackling and neuting off Logi. The Atana,
Ну, тут прям видно, что по статистике практически, если у тебя есть такой корабль, то шанс на победу получается выше 50%. Намного выше, я бы сказал, выше 75%.
Actually, I've just heard that Directless is ready for us with an interview with Stevie SG, so let's go to that.
For good fights, make it brave.
Hi, my name is Durhadur, dreaded CEO Emeritus. My interests include streaming. Hey, speaking of streaming, you should check out my Twitch channel, twitch.tv/Durhadur. Multidollarmediaempire.com. Check out my Twitter, twitter.com/Durhadur. Multidollarmediaempire.com.
В финале, если триумвираты не победят, в финале не будет интриги. Что за парень? Две девушки. Катрин. Второе я что-то не расслышал.
So, Catherine, please tell us what's the charity that we are supporting today on your side?
Okay, so for, I think Lau was telling me it's about 4 years now, we've been supporting Overseas Territories Conservation, which is about nature conservation projects in the tiny islands that are all part of the UK but found overseas. So a lot of the work that I do is in places like Montserrat, Cayman Islands, British Virgin Islands, the Falkland Islands.
Что-то она про острова какие-то много рассказывает.
Conservation projects there. A lot of them are small islands, like I said before, and have lots of unique problems in terms of being very small islands. They can be impacted by invasive species, and obviously climate change is having a massive impact on smaller islands, because with sea level rise and coral bleaching, you can decimate turtle nests by, just a couple of centimeters sea level rise. So a lot of really pressing issues that are global issues that we try to deal with by working on projects, and a lot of that is to do with fundraising, and that's why it's really great that over the last couple of years we've raised about £5,000 through.
Плохо сейчас будут матчи, получается, с перерывом в полчаса.
There's a great atmosphere here today, and hopefully we'll be raising a little bit more money today for the charities that we're supporting. So,
like nature conservation, which is important, of course, but how does
Но всего их максимум 8 будет получится. Я надеюсь, что если выдры и гидры между собой встретятся, что они решат просто это быстро в пользу одной из команд.
The impact of using tech in conservation for things like monitoring.
Хотя, может, договорятся как-нибудь, чтобы типа было там 1-3 или 2-3.
These were areas that you couldn't really map before, but with tech, we're really being able to do that for the first time. So yeah, drones I'm told, are a big part of Eve. So it's great to be able to combine those two.
Yes, and of course the charities are being supported by a lot of awesome partners, and we have a lot of swag. Amongst others, I believe there's some Rick's Javik swag. Yeah, can you tell me about the prizes?
There's a really cool Stay Frosty hat. I don't know if that, big shout out to Stay Frosty. I have no idea what that means, but it's a cool hat. There's some books, and there's a headset. So there's some cool prizes today. So hopefully more money for supporting the charities.
So, and now we switch over to Stevie, who has been very welcoming and listening to Catherine's talk. Thank you. I love you too. So, Stevie, yeah, tell us about special effect. Like a lot of us already know special effect. We have Gamonox in the community, and yeah, tell us all about it.
Sure. Special Effect is the gamers charity, so we help people with disabilities play video games. So this can be anything from adapting controllers so that if people haven't got use of sort of their fine motor skills, they're able to use a PlayStation controller or a PC mouse. And we also do things with eye tracking tech. So for example, about a month ago, we released something called
Погромче сделай, о чем-то
so
они там
that
вещают.
people with physical disabilities could play Minecraft with just their eyes. So obviously, I mean, from our point of view, like you don't really have to explain really to Eve players what it would be like.
Что-то про игры, про контроллеры.
Able to play Eve anymore. I mean, it's one of these things where gaming and that sense of inclusion and being a part of something is so important. Not just for us space nerds, but for kids as well, especially if they've got a disability. Being able to play with their brothers and sisters, being able to be included and have a sense of competition and something to do every day. So we were when the Alliance tournament said that they were interested in helping us out, I was absolutely blown away, and of course was just so happy to be here and to be a part of the fundraising for this event.
Yeah, like I actually met a guy during FanFest this year. He was blind, and he went to FanFest. He doesn't really play EVE Online anymore because his sight has been deteriorated so much. But he really liked the atmosphere, the community, the.
Я всегда думал, что первые дни не очень интересны. Но оказывается, первые дни наоборот крайне интересны, потому что многие, кто участвует, и всем интересно посмотреть, как выступать будет свои.
Yeah, so we not only do we do home
Так как я,
visits with people with our
считай,
occupational therapists who adapt controllers and
первый
adapt
раз
setups
стримил именно от этого, на следующий год я уже примерно лучше себе представляю, что стоит делать и как.
Who will work on things like programming games to make sure the middleware works. If they need to make the games more accessible for maybe a kid who needs to use one arm, or maybe they need to use their chin, or maybe they're not able to see properly out of one eye, stuff like that. So we worked with Microsoft on the Xbox Adaptive Controller, which is still in development, but it's coming out this year. And it essentially makes it so much easier to plug whatever switches you want into it, so that you're not fumbling with a lot of different stuff. It's really, really lightweight. It's commercially available, and it just makes our job so much easier because it just means it's not so much of a struggle to get this equipment in the hands of the people who need it the most.
So I've been told, unfortunately, that's all that we have for now, but we'll be seeing you again, and we can elaborate on that even more. So with that, it's back to the studio.
Welcome back, and thanks to the lovely ladies for running all the
Вернулись
charity
в
stuff
студию.
for us. So, quick reminder. Vidra are one match up in this losers bracket finals against Try. Vidra cannot bring for the rest of this best of three the Leshak,
Погодите,
Curse,
что у него там на ноутбуке? У него, короче, стилизация под парк юрского периода, но написано, короче, надпись If Online, и в красном кружке, короче, черным Nightmare.
Triumvirate's bans are
Профиль
kind of
Nightmare.
interesting. They haven't really targeted Vidra too heavily, I think, in terms of we thought we might see some logistic ban, like you ban.
Такая отсылочка. А что у нее там лежит? Яйцо, что ли?
Tech2Logi. So it looks like Triumvirate just don't want to see uniques. I was talking maybe we could see like.
Что у нее за такой объект рядом со стаканом?
Triumvirate doesn't want to see it.
So, Rain, what are your thoughts coming into the second match? You know, you try, you're
Похоже на яйцо.
Tournament giants Vidra.
На пот не очень похоже.
What do you go for? Do you just bring your best game, your best comp that's the most standard, your most practice, or you just throw caution in the wing and bring the biggest goddamn cheese you have access to?
I mean, why not both? But I would say
Я сначала подумал, что отсылочка такая к парку юрского периода. Думал, что это она, что это он наклеил?
If I were them, I would just like put everything in. So that'd be like flagship, bringing the best that you have, the best comp that you have, and then I'm hoping they did that with their bands as well. But that's what I would expect from Try, kind of all or nothing. So Vidra now can really.
Привет. АТ Финал. Чемпионат. If Online по ПВП. Сегодня выяснится, кто займет первое, второе и третье места.
They've just forced Try to lose possibly their best setup or some of the best ships in their best setup, and then count on having a much easier time in match 3 with extra ships banned from Try. Suitano, what would you think about that strategy?
It's definitely something that's an option for Vidra, especially since they're one game up. I think they've got a lot more options on the table now.
Приятно, когда глазу есть за что в студии зацепиться.
Yeah, it's interesting to see what Vidra will bring because they have armor.
Черт его знает, их не представляют, надписи не высвечивают, что за тип.
With armor links, which we've seen some teams do. They still could rely on maybe top-heavy command ships to bring the armor links, and we know this little core that Try use that Vidra might use. So we could see probably flagship Lashak combined with Vindicator and Armageddon, and then Anerus, and then.
Вот он говорит тоже как раз примерно, ну, я догадываюсь, что он говорит то же самое, что я предполагал, насчет того, что Absolution, как бы, который расстает бонусы арморные, это не так уж и нужно, может это делать какой-то Bifrost, а поэты можно потратить, чтобы взять Виндикатор, Лишак, Армагеддон, что-нибудь такое. Да, в Евке есть киберспорт.
Insofar as they already know you couldn't bring that, so they haven't gained any new information of what you know can't bring, even though it might imply to you they don't want to see ECM. So those bans are.
Раз в год проводится чемпионат, довольно-таки солидным фондом по меркам внутриигровым.
Rain, we have the second game of this match coming up.
На самом деле, это что-то вроде именно мирового чемпионата. Если учитывать, сколько альянсов пытаются участвовать и показать какой-то результат, это тоже такой серьезный буст морали для Альянса, серьезный, как бы, на следующий год для него какие-то такие репутационные плюсы. Дают уникальные корабли, плексы. Ну, в основном, как бы, вся фишка в уникальных кораблях, которые стоят очень дорого. Очень дорого. Как 4 Титана. Мы уже считали, сколько это на реальные деньги может выходить. Но я не помню, к чему мы сошлись. Там много корабликов выдают. Нельзя одинаковые корабли. То есть, как бы, 3 ЦРБ не получится. Нужно, чтобы корабли все были разные. Тащит Выдра и Гидра сейчас. Ну и Триумвираты вырвались тоже в тройку, как минимум. Это прям серьезное достижение, я считаю, что то, что они показали, это прям реально круто. Никто не ожидал именно, что это будут Триумвираты. Скажем так, они перешли дороги многим другим серьезным людям. Бабла, ну там плексы выдают, то есть плексами какую-то сумму. Корабли, но сами по себе корабли это самое ценное. Там один корабль, наверное, стоит, как все остальное, что дают. А выдают там корабли по... Не помню, кто-то уже говорил мне, по 20, 12 и что-то там, 6 штук, как-то так. Они наоборот даже платят, чтобы участвовать в этом. Не кусай ногти. Сейчас начнется второй матч в серии Триумвираты против Выдр. Давайте сразу посмотрим, что там к чему. Триумвираты выбирает 3БШ, Виндикатор или шаг Армагеддон. Курса это у них рэп, Магус Понтификс, есть Блэкбёрд дополнительный рэп, Ведьмак, Талия Диакон. У выдр внезапно они забанили сами Фалькон и Рук, поэтому не есть виду. Если шаг 2БШ, ну, к виду я отношусь так себе на АТ, но тем не менее по Сельджама это корабль хорош. По дамагу и по танку не так, особенно в арморном формате. Есть Анерус, Тенгу. Тенгу, кстати, тоже может быть джамищим кораблем. Деймос, Бифрост, Торакс, Вексер, Дамовик, Пунишер. То есть довольно-таки много, ну, хэви-таклеров. Есть, опять же, наверняка это 2 джама, Виду и Тенгу. Если шаг, дамаг и Анерус. Но сейчас я бы сказал, что не все так однозначно. И этот матч может оказаться очень интересным. Так, триумвираты пошли вперед. У триумвиратов, по крайней мере, подавляющая сила в ДПСе. Пунишер, по-моему, полетел на перехват. Выдры отступают. Пунишер сейчас подставится и просто покатится дальше. Вернее, обратно. Деймос там тоже прикрывает. Не хотят, чтобы схватили у них лишак. Идет джам от выдры, Виндикатор, Курса, Блэкбёрд, Ведьмак. Я не вижу ответный джам от триумвиратов, поэтому видно, Блэкбёрд работает, не работает, скажем так. Так, подсетковали грабером сеткой Виндикатор триумвиратов. Скорее всего, это попытка притормозить именно, чтобы не подпустить ближе к себе. Ну и, возможно, тоже пойдет дамаг. Пока что начинает тут триумвиратов дамажить Виндикатор. И видно, там Пунишер поставился чуть-чуть. Там пару нейтриков кинули, видимо, от Армаги. Подскрабили Армагеддон. Видно, там домовик работает. Да, домовик просто... Схватил Армагеддон. Домовик должен его держать. Причем домовик смартит и подкатывается к Армагеддону за одной лишь шаг. Пока что не видно, чтобы кто-то сильно шел по ДПСу. Я бы рекомендовал в этом случае, на самом деле, сбивать щиты кораблям. Это тоже очень полезно. Пытаются триумвираты давить домовик, который придерживает сейчас Армагеддон. Надо попытаться, если Армагеддон доберется до Тенгу, например, то Тенга не факт, что у нее есть кап-бустер. Я вижу, что на Тенге сейчас действительно висят нейтрики. И работает джам от... ну, по-моему, прекратил работать джам от триумвиратов, но работал какое-то время. Джамят в ответ выдры. Джамили лишак, сейчас только Блэкбёрд. Домовик забрали тем временем. 2 поинта триумвираты зарабатывают. Но домовик пытался придерживать как раз таки Армагеддон. Пытается придерживать Курсу, что Курса делает не совсем понятно на передовой. Ей не обязательно туда прям топить, вписываться. Напоминаю, у нее мало брони, поэтому если ее быстро задамажат каким-то маневром, заджамив, например, логистов, то можно потерять Курсу, это будет неприятно. Пока что Курса спасает от большого количества ДПСа. Там работают смарты. Видно, что там лишак на лишак уже в кучке. И да, у триумвиратов курса прям очень близко. А тем временем забирает Деймос и Торакс у выдры. Выдры пускают. Или по выдрам пускает. Фейерверки. Но триумвиратов сейчас подавляющее преимущество по ДПСу. И есть и курса, и Blackbird сразу. Мне не нравится виду, как выбор джама. Корабль спорный. Хотя там много медслотов, можно его тоже в армор затанковать, например, какого-нибудь Фалькона. Но тогда сила джама будет, конечно. Но ДПС особо от виду не дождешься. А это 20 поинтов, этот бэкопс. Видать, хотели все-таки корабля с нормальной силой джама. Привет, Ригер. Я не то чтобы ворчу, я просто описываю ситуацию на всем АТ. На всем АТ виду у себя показывал не очень хорошо. Но если у них просто какой-то сетап для виду, то тут могло что-то получиться. Пытаются давить Тенгу триумвираты. Я не вижу даже джама на самом деле сейчас от... А нет, появился опять джам. От выдры. И Тенгу давится, в принципе, ее должны продавить, если она сухая. Там не должно быть много танка.
Honestly think it might be game over for Vitra here. That's the last lock piece, really. This Vitra composition, it's trying to use 2 or 3 ships, really piece them together and lock the opponents out. And they just weren't able to do this here. Triumvirate just brought a lot of threats and really managed them carefully. You know, I have to really,
нафига нужны эти корабли, которым ты даже ни разу не андокнешься? Если андокнешься, то проживешь ровно минут, ибо тебя сразу суицидят. Нужны эти корабли хотя бы за их ценность, за их уникальность. Представь, что корабль стоит как 4 титана. Даже не как 4 титана, как 6 титанов. Если ты знаешь, что такое титаны, то ты можешь это оценить. Ну, пускай даже как 4 титана. 4 титана-то они уж точно каждый из них стоит. А если тебе их 20 штук дадут, как ты думаешь, если тебе дадут 80 титанов, это достойный приз для первого места? И это при том инвестиции, уникальный корабль, который все равно будет стоить очень долго. И такие кораблики периодически все-таки умирают, и на них катаются, их покупают. Ну, кто как хочет, кто на них летает, активно даже и бывает иной раз. Начинает продавливать лишак у выдры. И он на броне, его пытается откачиваться, конечно, Анейрос. Но Анейрос тут видно, что уже тоже под нейтриками. У хорошего Анейроса обязательно должен быть капбустер, но если на него накинуться Армагеддон и еще кто-то, то все равно проблемы с капа будут, если ты вынужден качать именно всеми лейками. И забирает лишак у выдры. Настра, не наезжай на зрителей. Если человек говорит, что ему охота разобраться, как бы он не понимает в чем-то, не видит смысла, то это можно всего лишь объяснить. И это будет правильно.
They're not very good, but they can still bring them again. I'm just saying because they won't bring a widow. These ships are still available.
Ну вот Виду забирает. Виду заберут, причем гораздо легче, чем какой-то лишак.
But the rest, like a widow, you can't really fit it. Leshak now because they've lost their flagship. Demos, like.
Да, по зрелищности она не дотягивает. Это такой внутренний ивент, он пользуется интересом именно в Евке. И многим даже просто интересно узнать результат сам по себе. Прям то, что происходит на поле сражения, это интересует остальных людей не так сильно. Потому что тут на самом деле очень непросто разобраться, что конкретно происходит каждый раз. Не все это могут сделать. Итак, триумвираты побеждают. Мы имеем шанс на... Мы имеем третий, во-первых, матч, и имеем шанс на то, что триумвираты будут бороться за первое-второе место. Ну, посмотрим.
Northern Coalition has made mistakes in previous Alliance tournament. They've lost matches to piloting mistakes, and I think Crowlor is going to wish he flew a little bit better in this one because he got caught really early and had his cap neutered out really early for no reason.
Новая какая-то рекламка. Еще новая рекламка. Астера. Забавно. 40 миллиардов леший.
We've got ourselves a game here, lads. I'm joined once again by Suetonia, but now by Ethical Hawk as well. Let's go straight to that flag shack death.
Камбэк Тришпили закидал выдры. Я думаю, что выдры просто захотели выпендриться немного. Возможно. Ну посмотрим еще.
It should be coming up momentarily, but I can tell you already we have 3 abyssal modules.
Действительно очень сложно, очень не такой зрелищный чемпионат, как бы в играх. По многим причинам. Очень много правил, которые непонятны. Непонятно, что происходит. Очень сложно, что происходит. Уследить на поле боя. Потому что... Ну, нет, оно такое трехмерное, и, в принципе, там очень сложно уследить. Когда ты играешь, допустим, команда против команды, то ты, когда состоишь в команде, тебе намного проще. Ты оцениваешь свое положение и занимаешь правильное место и отслеживаешь положение врагов. Это даже проще, чем отслеживать все в целом. Чтобы игра была зрелищно интересна, тебе нужно... Это вообще про все игры, там, хоть про волейбол, хоть про футбол. Мне нужно понимать правила, возможно, участвовать в таких вещах иногда, и иметь команду, за которую можно болеть. То есть развивать киберспорт тут, возможно, стоит CCP изменить как-то АТ и сделать его... Возможно, в каком-то сражении, в каком-то другом формате. Очки запотели. Я не ношу очки, поэтому не обращаю внимания.
This gets complicated because we're 1-1. There are a lot of bans going through.
Девочка
We wanna see what
ушла,
Try
а
are not
яичко не
allowed to
унесла.
bring and what Vidra are not allowed to bring.
Sure, let me just pivot round to this handy list I have on the wall here. So Try cannot bring the Vindy, the Geddon, the Leshak, the
В
Curse,
Доте
the
участвуют
Vedmak,
профессиональные
Pontifex, the
команды,
Mages, the Deacon,
которые много готовятся на АТ. Здесь на самом деле
Unless they bring their flagship.
профессиональных команд, ну, наверное, с десяток. Остальные участники просто неплохи сами по себе.
Pontifex, the Mages, the Vedmak, the
Или
Leshak, the
просто
Curse,
пробились
all
на
of them
АТ.
And they can't
Записались.
bring Leshak at all because their flagship is dead. So
Покажите уже
let's,
Лешак.
Get ready to go over to, I believe I was told the couch was ready. I'll wait for double confirmation on that. But we will have a
Отлично.
interview coming
Чатик живой, короче.
In the meantime, we
Окей.
probably shouldn't forget, just that will be a huge morale boost for Try and a morale hit for Vidra. That's a pretty big loss, that flag Leshak.
So the kill mill will now actually pop up after we were talking about it. Apparently it wasn't quite ready, so we were just talking about
Так,
it.
ну что там у нас
with
за
you unable to
Лешак?
see it, but now it will come up. There we are last. Ithaca, do you want to do us the quick rundown again?
Okay, so you've got a lot of pimp going on here. These guys have spared no
Чатик
expense.
пока
As
уберу,
Tonya says, it's almost impossible to really
чтобы
gauge
было
the
видно
true
все
value of this,
модули.
but north of 100 billion.
2 дамаг мода, ларжовая репка, чемодан, убер дорогой, не понимаю я, в чем смысл. 40 триллиарда. Смарта офицерская. Тут, судя по всему, смарта и чемодан только стоят. Очень много. Да, очень, видать, хотели сохранить этот Лешак. Интересно, полутали они чемодан с поля боя или нет?
Northern Coalition has made mistakes in previous Alliance tournament. They've lost matches to piloting mistakes, and I think Kralor is going to wish he flew a little bit better in this one because he got caught really early and had his cap neutered out really early for no reason.
Да, возможно, если сделать именно не на основе альянсов, а на основе на каких-то региональных принципах или на основе каких-то команд, то, возможно, было бы все по-другому. В принципе, Альянс тоже можно сказать, что это команда. Есть ограничения определенные. Например, некоторые альянсы могли бы выставлять по 3 команды. То есть у них наверняка набралось бы по 3 команды на участие. Возможно, такие вещи стоило бы убрать, больше проводить отборочных.
Hosted by EVNT, and I'm again joined by Stevie SG and Chocolate Rain. Welcome.
Thank you.
So first off, we're gonna continue where we actually left out with a special effect.
Поменялись местами. А нет, кажется, да, это ведущая теперь. Справа сидит ведущая. До этого другая девушка была. Вот она что-то про Майнкрафт вещает.
And iMine is something that we had a lot of requests about being able to play Minecraft because obviously we work with a lot of kids. Minecraft is fun for adults as well, not just for kids. But essentially,
Погромче сделай, если что, скажите, уберу.
So that you can play Minecraft with just your eyes. So if you have difficulty with your fine motor skills, or you're not able to have control over them. So for example, if you have cerebral palsy or MS or something like that, it means that you're able to play with just using your eyes. So it uses something called a Tobii eye tracker, which some people might be familiar with from different space games. And it's basically infrared technology that just reads your eye movement. You don't need a headset, you don't need anything else. And it means that you're able to navigate basically like a keyboard and a selection screen so that you can play games. And so that's been one of our projects. It was nuts. Like we launched it on the Tuesday, and on the Wednesday we got a video through of a kid in a hospital playing it in Japan.
Wow, that is massive. That is massive. Yeah. How easy is this software, like this middleware, to adapt it for say, EVE Online?
I mean, you'd have to look into. I'm not a programmer. I'm very much a community person. But the lovely thing is, it's on GitHub, so you can look at all of that kind of stuff. And we're more than happy to share knowledge, anything like that, when it comes to being able to adapt things to different games. So.
definitely let me know about that GitHub, and I'll definitely share it with the whole community because we have awesome programmers within our community.
Да, в системах альянсов многие игроки, PvP-шники не могут выбраться. Иногда бывает так, что есть верхушка, которая заявляет, что она будет участвовать на альянсе, пользуясь поддержкой каких-то там пилотов старых. А есть PvP-шники, которые PvP-шат и играют в игру иногда в 2-3 раза больше, чем вот эта верхушка. И они бы тоже поучаствовали, но не могут, они состоят в альянсе, поэтому, возможно, надо сделать какие-то команды.
And then, like, the absolutely amazing thing that just came on the ad stream earlier on is that we got contacted by this lovely person here, as well as Panda, about doing Evathon. So we're absolutely thrilled that Evathon is the... Do you want to announce it? I feel like you should announce it, right?
This is the first. This is awesome. Yeah. Rain.
So Evathon, the annual charity that Scared Panda and myself do, 72 hours streaming Eve, streaming for charity, is actually going to be September 28th through the 30th, and we are giving all proceeds to Special Effect. So yeah, so we had an advert earlier. You can find more information. We'll be tweeting about it, putting it on YouTube, getting things organized. We have a Discord set up already for streamers who want to be involved. We're still sort of organizing the scheduling because obviously we don't expect everyone to stream for 72 hours. It's different streamers take part in that streaming effect, all on the twitch.tv/Evathon channel as well. So it will be all Eve. It starts at like midnight Eve time and goes to like end of Sunday Eve time from the 20th to the 30th.
So crazy cool. Like, I think like the important thing with marathons is it's not necessarily about one person going for like 24 hours. It's about people having as much fun as they want to have. You know, it's very much about bringing the community together and being able to just spread awareness. Like, even being able to talk today has been just a wonderful thing.
Yeah, and what I've noticed is that when the stream is going on, it's very hard not to donate. Yeah. I mean, I just couldn't not donate, and you see those targets moving and you think, yeah, it's just a little bit, and in the end you donate some considerable amount of money, but in the end it's totally worth it because the money goes to causes that you know that actually deliver something. So like last year you did the first Evathon, now the second one, and how did you guys actually connect to make it happen?
So I've known Stevie for a while, and so I mean, I think we hung out at FanFest back when she was CCP Red Cape. So I was like, you know what, we did Able Gamers last year raised, I want to say $25,000 from the community, and then CCP actually matched $10,000. So I was like, we had heard about Special Effect from actually the Valkyrie community, as well as people like Raiden and Moses who do work with Streamfleet. So we'll say, well, why don't we support Special Effect? If people already support Able Gamers in the US, why not Special Effect in the UK? And actually our first Evathon, we supported Spam for Heals, which was a suicide prevention and awareness back in 2016. And that was about, I want to say around $7,000. It was like, we ended just before there, but then we still kept getting donations from people just wanting to give and wanting to help, and it's been amazing.
I mean, that is testament to the EVE community. I mean, it's something, I mean, I've been a part of the EVE community since I was 21. And it's been something that the EVE community has always rallied around, where it's charity, helping out people that need it, helping out other members of the community that might need a helping hand. It's one of the reasons I love you guys so much, and yeah, thank you so much for thinking of us.
Well, I can actually attest to that because before EVE Online, I've never donated to anybody for anything. And it's actually because of C4 Scare for Kids action back in the day when you didn't have alpha accounts that I actually got into charity myself. And with that, we have to say our goodbyes, and it's time to go back to the studio.
Возвращают в студию. Когда там? Через 5 минут примерно. Третий матч должен начаться.
Welcome back to the studio where nothing has gone wrong or spilled or gone bad in any way, shape or form. I'm joined by Sutonia and Butterfingers Tan here, and we have the third match of this really incredible series coming so far. The ECM double bluff, counter bluff, jam, new series of awesome that is this Tri versus Vidra match. So to go through the ships that are banned again, because it's super important for the Conquest format, Tri, cannot bring a Vindicator, a Geddon, a Leshak unless it's their flag, the Curse, the Vedbank, the Pontifex, the Magus, the Deacon, the Thalia, and the Blackbird, if I can read handwriting okay. I feel like I'm doing a bit of modern Major General here. Vidra cannot bring the Falcon, Guardian, Rook, Sacrilege, Pontifex, Magus, Vedbank, Leshak at all, not even their flag because it's dead. And then the Curse and the Mauler they cannot bring as well. The bans for this match are exactly the same as they were for the previous match, with Try banning the Chameleon, the Victor and the Etana. The Vidra team have banned the Balgorn, the Falcon, and the Rook. Once again, Jintan, how have you been enjoying this match so far?
Yeah, I've been really enjoying this series. It's obviously had a lot of interplay, and it's shown off a lot of the new best of three mechanics that have been implemented by CCP into the Alliance tournament format. And one of the things that I think are really interesting is not just the constraints that it puts on your core. You know, we talk a lot about how
Что случилось?
things like the Leshak and the
Что не вытирают?
and even things like the Balgorn can be very effective. But, you know, looking at the
Это ж тот парень, который наливали. Это ж тот парень, который в конце прошлого чем попил.
You know, support ships. We see these in almost every comp. In fact, the Vedmak is one of the most picked ships in this Alliance tournament. And now both ships can't use it. So we're going to get to see the bottom of the barrel really get scraped in terms of support ships here.
Yeah, so Tony, what are your predictions of this match? Because you were saying that this comp we just saw from Try, this is their core comp. This is what they're strong in, this is what they're comfortable in. They've been winning with it through almost the entire tournament so far. Do you think that puts them in a tricky spot?
Yeah, perhaps, because Vidra have shown like a good mix of different comps throughout the tournament. They've shown Core Slayer, they've shown the Victor comp with the 4 bombers, they've shown ECM comps, they've also shown the triple battleship core comp. So it's Try have really brought this one comp. And I think that must have been in the back of their minds going into this series. So it'd be interesting to know if Triumvirate has prepared something alternatively, because they must know that once they win with this team, they can't bring it again. Whereas it's interesting to see that Vidra have banned exactly the same things out again. So are they comfortable? Are they going to bring the same sort of ECM team again? But this time, Tri is not going to have as much power with their favorite ships banned out, or... Yeah. But losing the flag Leshak might make that ECM team just unusable as well, because a lot of the ECM teams rely on that ramping Leshak.
I will say that I expect to see the Amar core brought, potentially, although with a different DPS ship than the Leshak, obviously, as that's something they can't pick.
Яйцо, да, переставили. Что там вообще за яйцо? Шоколадное яйцо или что оно там делает?
Excuse me. Is it going to be?
Оно легкое, тяжелое. И можно в кого-нибудь запустить. Может, это какой-нибудь, не знаю, авокадо.
Whatever happens, I'm sure it will be utterly fantastic. So let's see. What I'd like to hear from you guys is, are we going to see an AT ship in this match, and is it going to die?
Vangal dies.
Vangal dies?
I hope a Vangal is tilted, and yeah, I hope it dies as well.
I mean, it's hella hard to kill a Vangal, right? Especially now it's got the ADCU. So Tony, do you want to tell a bit about the ADCU and how it's impacted the meta this year?
Well, Niconoisa didn't actually fit an ADCU last week, but yeah, the Assault Damage Control is a new module that was introduced around February, and when you activate it for 15 seconds, you get 75% resists. And then while it's on cooldown for about 2.5 minutes, it's only about the same effectiveness as like a Tech 1 damage control in terms of passive benefits.
Посмотрим, что на третьем сейчас. Если тривераты сделают выдру, я не знаю. 32% между прочим стоят на тривератов.
What was kind of that experience like, seeing a module come in that's much more kind of like skill-based in terms of activating it at a critical moment, rather than just a module you put on your ship and then it's on your ship?
Yeah, one of the most interesting things about the development of that module was simply like the amount of problems that you had to address with it, you know, because you are talking about effectively giving an invulnerability button to a ship, and so balancing that was obviously something that we went back and forth with CCP on. But I think one of the places where the CSM was most effective with regards to that was not in regards to the module itself, but with regards to the ships. You know, we pointed out, hey, you're spending a lot of time trying to make hacks better. you should probably give them a bunch of, base stat changes, because that's what really held the hacks back, in my opinion, from being particularly great ships. They weren't competitive with the battle cruisers. They weren't competitive with, to a degree, even some Tech 1 cruisers. The Vexor Navy issue is obviously incredibly powerful. So we were able to sit there and talk through, and we even got the Muninit's 4th mid slot, as I'm sure many people in Tranquility are happy with and will hate us for in about 3 months.
ELO literally came back after that change. Like, you can tell somebody appreciated it, and now he's FCing, all kinds of things.
Everyone is.
Even capitals. So we have the match coming up very soon, and then after this match we'll do a little bit of post-match analysis, and then we have a section we're calling the Great Ravine, which will be an hour break between the winners bracket finals and the grand finals to give the winner just a little bit of a break, chance to use the bathroom, maybe grab a sandwich, and we've got a whole host of interviews, information coming out. We hear a bit more about the charity. We've got some CCP devs here that we're going to bring on and have a chat to them about how the tournament's been going so far, what they've been up to, what they do. We've got some great CCP guests. I've seen Karkur, I've seen Shreddy, I've seen Antiquarian. Am I missing anyone? No, I don't think so.
We've got CCP Red Cape here.
Что-нибудь забыли? Спрашивают. Давайте уже третий матч. Уже должен начаться.
We do have the bands. It's the same as the last series. Triumvirate band, Atana, Chameleon, and the Victor.
Yeah.
And I think Vidra banned the
Rook, Falcon, Bal.
Yeah.
I really do like Triumvirate's banning strategies. This AT. It's been really cool to watch them, especially against in this series versus Vidra.
Интересно, может Гидра-Выдра опять через 2 джаба сыграет?
It's cool because I think Triumvirate are one of the strongest sort of execution-based teams, and just taking away the uniques from Vidra, maybe it feels like they put it on an even footing, and if they're on an even footing, maybe.
ЧСВ. Я думаю, СВЧ.
I will note that it's really interesting that they aren't banning.
Типа излучает чего-то там.
Do you think that Triumvirate have some back pocket, we're gonna all in and just...
Я просто сижу сейчас, слушаю, потому что перерывы будут реально долгие. Самое главное событие — это все-таки сама битва. Тут хотя бы комментаторы отдыхают, как бы между битвами. Их там студия аналитики поддерживает, а я тут сижу непрерывно. Зачем читать чат? Так. Давайте позже, сейчас матч начнется, я обязательно прочитаю, найду твой вопрос. Говори. Говори. О, новые комментаторы. Финальный матч сейчас будет между Триумвиратом и Выдрами. О, и это Рабицу. Триумвираты, 3 БШ, Нави Мега, Лишак, Праксис, Анерос, Сторка Бифрост, есть Кицуня, Вексор, Пурифер, Домовик. У Выдры. Тут, походу, ракетный, полуракетный, по крайней мере. Сетап, 2 Тайфуна, или Тайфуны, обычный Тайфун, есть Рабицу, Деймос, Хугин, это был Хугин, я не помню, как Рабица выглядит. Сторк, Бифрост, Торакс, Пурифер и Домовик. Но Рабицу это явно логист. Посмотрим третий матч, и кто побеждает, выходит в финал. Проигравший занимает 3-е место. Видно, что трекдизы есть у одной и у второй команды. Кицуни пытается отжамить Рабицу, Деймос и Сторк. Выдры как-то так занимает позиции. Триумвираты пытаются схватить кого-то. Топит вперед. Хугин там ничего не делает, я не знаю. Он стоит на месте. Сейчас только потопил. Возможно, это была ошибка. Видно, что сеткуют Мегу, Лишак и Анейрос был под сеткой, но на него накинули таргет пейнтер, возможно, его будет додамажить. Видно, что Хугин подхватили под скребок. Хугин — это длинные сетки, поэтому он может всех сетковать. Но если сейчас заберут Хугина, а у Хугина 3 всего лишь слота и армор танка не такой уж хороший, это может очень сильно помочь. Но с другой стороны, Хугин сейчас подставился. И, возможно, будут следить, чтобы его откачать. Также Домовик там пытается что-то делать. Трется у выдры Домовик, и на него накинули скрамбл-сетку. Он Праксис поймал. По нему пытается стрелять ракетами. Нави Мега там пытается тоже по нему зарядить. И, ну, внешне это выглядит, как он попадает. Но там дроны его отчинивают логистические. Возможно, стоит включить смарту кому-нибудь. Например, тому же Праксису. Интересно, у него есть смарта? У Лишака должна быть смарта. Может, Лишаку потопить поближе? Там Анейрос поймали триумвиратов, и на него уже топит Тайфун. Очень плохо, очень плохая ситуация. И на Анейросе много логист-дронов, но Тайфун сейчас отсмартит всех логистических дронов, и будут большие проблемы, если убьют логистов у триумвирата. При этом все еще не видно, чтобы как-то триумвираты кого-то давили у выдры, кроме Домовика, который прям в клозе был. Даже шилды ни у кого не сбито. И забирает Анейрос. Что-то как-то очень уж очень пассивно триумвираты вели себя. Целых 3 минуты. Слишком пассивно. Они могли стрелять Хугин. Они могли много чего другого делать. Почему-то они пытаются заняться Домовиком. Мог просто Кицуня могла Домовик заджамить, если это было так важно. Домовик фрегат, это можно было сделать легко. Теперь у триумвиратов нет логиста.
Yeah, losing all those rep bots to the smart bombs is pretty much what doomed the Onuris early on. That is the flag Lashak going down right now for a try. Of course, Vidra have already lost their flagship Lashak, which is not good, considering Vidra already dropped to loser's bracket by losing to Hydra, who they face in the final if they win this. And they did that with
Не знаю, Кицуни убили. Но раньше было такое, сейчас Лишак течет. Раньше было такое, что некоторые альянсы сливали битвы. Это причем была информация практически стопроцентная. Во-первых, это было видно, а во-вторых, там потом озвучивали суммы, которые некоторые альянсы, за которые альянсы продавали свой проигрыш. Триумвираты могли, в принципе, согласиться на что-то, они все равно занимают 3-е место. Ну, я не хочу думать, что прямо это именно так. Все-таки у выдры довольно-таки много сеток было и длинных сеток, чтобы придерживать основной дамаг триумвиратов, даже без Домовика. Странно, что какой-нибудь Бифрост или Бифрост Сторк, Вексер не смогли Домовика никак снять. Странно, что не смартили дронов логистических Домовику. Это ж такая подстава, ты можешь забрать много логистических дронов. Начинает течь Нави Мега у триумвиратов.
But I think the Rubisu ban would have been way more beneficial, as we've seen this Rubisu, I'm going to say, literally carry Vydra with its amazing rep power that it has as an Alliance tournament ship.
Yeah, almost certainly if they chose to bring in Onuris instead of splashing the cash and bringing that Rubisu, then they would have probably lost some of these ships earlier on, or the Rubisu itself, or sorry, the Onuris itself would have died. But they brought that Rubisu, they had the cash, they had the money sitting to buy those ships, and they brought them.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say another point of interest is that Oniros, I'm not sure if it was his piloting, either poor piloting or really good piloting on Vydra's side, but the Oniros got caught really early on and wasn't really able to escape.
Рабису на этом АТ один раз уже убивали.
Yeah, I mean, if you're an Oniros pilot in the Alliance tournament,
Убили Нави Мегу, убили Праксис. Ну тут 4 минуты еще остается Бифрост, Сторк, Вексер.
Yeah, but the Oniros did as best that he could, and now Vydra's really cleaning the field as they are going to be going into the finals for Alliance Tournament 16.
Yeah, great match. Try. They did well. Unfortunately, they didn't do well enough.
Если бы Кицу не отжамила не всяких тайфунов, а отжамила, допустим, домовика, которые там сеткуют, и попыталась заджамить Хугин, чтобы подтопили Хугину, который там явно кто-то затаклил, то, ну, не знаю, был бы шанс, но можно было попытаться после того, как основной дамаг стопится на Хугина, заджамить Рабицу и продавить Хугин, или, по крайней мере, на него бы стянули все логистические дроны и отсмартить их можно было. Но Выдра выигрывает, это третий матч, и она занимает... Вернее, Триверата занимает третье место, а Выдра выходит в финал и будет играть с Гидрой за первое и второе место. Ну, все равно поздравляем Тривератов с третьим местом. Они сделали прям чудо, на мой взгляд. Третье место — это очень серьезно.
Massive snuff fleet. That's friendly.
Relax, dude. Dude, that's not snuff. That's 3 snuff and an Ardra. Jesus Christ, are you the last Spartan?
Не, бывали турниры, например, некоторые альянсы между собой турниры устраивали на Т1 крузаках Solar Fleet, как-то устраивал турнир. Но по мне это бесполезная трата времени альянса и пилотов. По крайней мере, не такие крупные. Можно было бы придумать какие-нибудь турниры 3 на 3, условно говоря. Без постоянных пилотов, может, среди альянсов.
Hydra will only need to win 2 matches, whereas Vidra will need to win 3, which may not sound like much, but is a huge difference indeed. So that match there, we saw a full new practice. We also saw a kind of...
Возможно, CCP стоит устроить не именно чемпионат, а какие-нибудь игры. Не знаю, вскрой быстро контейнер, лети за дамаж, потом за дамаж какой-нибудь, там, не знаю, корабль на определенное количество ДПС, потом быстро прилети в другое место, там, что-нибудь такое. Это будет энтузиазм. То есть на энтузиазме такое сделать можно. Но это будет мало кому интересно.
So very quickly we have the winners of the Pick'ems prediction. So I believe they win 500 plex each. Kind of wish they were old plex, but it is new plex. So we have winner Arkita Nova, Kiwi Ulgerald, and Dorath Polgis. Dorath Polgis there as a final winner. So congratulations, you have 500 plex to buy yourself a month of game time, or maybe some...
Следующий матч будет в 18:00 по Еве. Это получается в 9 часов. В 9 часов, да. В 9 часов по Москве.
No, I really like what it's done specifically because it prevents a lot of what we had in AT 15, which was effectively just 2 teams throwing the same compositions at each other and seeing who could execute better. I'm glad that it's almost certain we won't be seeing that in the finals here with Vidra facing off against Hydra. Both teams are going to have to pull out all their theory crafting stops. They're not going to be able to kind of rely on just one setup to carry them through.
I mean, a lot of teams in previous years you go through, and you have teams that you bring in the early rounds to kind of take care of the teams you don't really consider as strong. And then you have a
в этом году выиграет Гидра. Но выдра против Гидры это уже не захватывающий финал явно. Мы, конечно же, посмотрим за этим, но выдра против Гидры это прошлый год. То же самое было. Посмотрим, что за лишак. Это лишак Триумвиратов.
So we have you've got a small bomb, which is quite standard. It's got the 2 van, so it's got 10-kilometer range, if I recall correctly. The NOSes are actually quite interesting.
Syndicate Damage Control. Это зеленка. У них была смарта. У них была смарта на лишаке. Лишак мог, в принципе, да, подтопить и отсмартить дроны с домовика. Был и сенсор-бустер, и сетка, и МВД. И никто этот лишак, по-моему, особо не держал. Это надо битву пересматривать.
Oh my. So yeah, again, the series as a whole, try really kind of push Vidra to the edge there, but Vidra did come out on top. What are your guys' thoughts about, have we kind of learned anything from the series? Have we got anything we might expect from the finals now that we've seen this best of 3 go all the way?
Yeah, it was interesting to see Vidra's kind of over-reliance on ECM get exploited by Triumvirate in that series, and I can't help but wonder if Hydra will see the same thing, or if Hydra will try and play around that and not bring any ECM in the first place. You know, what Vidra have shown throughout this tournament is that they're really comfortable with that chameleon falcon setup.
Но вот парень, который справа, он такой забавный, он в костюмах прикольных приходит. У него пиджак был с баксами, пиджак с каннабисом, золотой пиджак. Видать, не знаю, организаторам надоело, или у него закончились оригинальные пиджаки, он пришел в таком пиджаке нормально.
We are now going to throw it to our break before the grand finals. We've got the great ravine that
Если все куплено, то за тачку только мы заплатили. Выдра и Гидра друзьяшки, и в принципе они могли бы даже поделить между собой призовые поровну.
Will be at 1800 Eve time, so make sure you're back by then. But of course, have the stream on whilst you're making yourself a sandwich and what have you. So from all of us here, we will see you soon. Have a great time, and we look forward to seeing you for the grand finals.
Но мы все равно посмотрим, как бы это всего лишь теория.
Northern Coalition has made mistakes in previous Alliance tournament. You know, they've lost matches to piloting mistakes, and I think Crowlor is going to wish he flew a little bit better in this one because he got caught really early and had his cap neutered out really early for no reason.
We here at Phage and Terror are proud of the respect and affection the Ede community has for us, and these messages of kindness we received from across New Eden. Drop by the Join Total Mayhem channel in-game today if you want to know more.
Same thing as they did last time. They're just charging straight in towards the enemy. They have no fear.
Ну что, чатик, что предлагаете делать? Сейчас будет довольно-таки продолжительный перерыв. Я могу поиграть в Гравиат Кипер, например. Хранить. Перезапустить стрим или это пока оставить?
Drop by the Join Total Mayhem channel in-game today if you want to know more.
Агенси, полетим ПВП. Еву... Да, ну, давайте посмотрим, что там ей происходит. Сейчас я попытаюсь запустить TeamSpeak. Залогинить Евку.
Stay composed. Keep your composure.
Yeah, kite boys, kite.
I'm
Go ahead,
kiting,
guys.
bitches.
Watch your
Do it
range.
now.
Привет.
She's got more teeth.
Give it all you got, baby. Burn them out.
They're burning, baby. They're burning. My hands are shaking.
Посмотри, что вообще происходит по округе.
There are a lot of fun dice games, but rolling the number you need to win is pure luck. Or is it?
Нерис сил Армагеддонов уходит, хап. В ИДЕМ Ричи тоже что-то происходит. У Анспокинов. Это ерунда какая-то. LXQ загнали.
More unexpected sounds grab our attention. Like this desert rain frog.
Northern Coalition has made
Так, а
mistakes
какие
in
флоты
previous
есть?
tournament. You know, they've lost matches to piloting mistakes, and I think Crowlor is going to wish he flew a little bit better in this one because he got caught really early and had his cap neutered out really early for no reason.
Да. Плексы, кораблики уникальные. На основе Домавика и Ведьмака. Сейчас я посмотрю, что в Тенерифисе происходит. По КБ.
Two Abaddons.
Two Abaddons.
Two Abaddons. Did I say three?
Yes. Where's he catching reps from? Is the Proteus repping here?
Could be.
But you can't have cap transfers on Executor. Remote tracking booster?
No.
Docking request denied.
Как не анонсировали? Там есть описание, можно посмотреть. Ссылки есть. Что они дают? Это они, получается, на основе ковра и рекона, то есть они ковроклочные. Одна гидра, по-моему, называется. Корабль. Тотемный корабль гидры получится, а вторая... Второй как-то там еще. Тоже какой-то змей.
So it's hard to fit it all in.
Китайцы в OLX залетали, гуны. Гуны в OLX убивали китайцев. Вторые выдры. Нет, там как-то по-другому. Вот это один из самых крутых роликов. Эпизодов. Хотя, наверное, они взяли с какого-то другого ролика этот момент.
I know how to name drop too. Name drop too. Name drop too. Sergeant, I would say it wrong. Patrick Archer, Harvey Skywalker, CCP, good at me, and I'll say it correct the first time, and then after that I'll mispronounce it. Yeah.
Да. Все время проигрываешь, играй за красных. Как говорится. Сегодня был, кстати, в... В кэше на Кепстаре Дримфлита он все еще там стоит.
Just makes him, you know, the same as everybody else and be able to challenge and join in. He's got enough things at school that he, you know, can't equally play rugby, can't equally play football. So this just puts him on an equal footing. He's naturally competitive like most boys. It was amazing to watch Elliot actually not go the wrong way permanently down the track, which he was doing with the controller before until it was set up properly. So today's been the first time that they've been able to play against each other on the same game, which is amazing. It's really nice to be able to see that, and also that he's going to be able to play with Dad and play with his granddad, which is, you know, it's going to be absolutely brilliant. So yeah, can't wait.
Блин, даже low friction, как будто весь рынок куда-то уехал. Поликарбонки есть. Не на клавах. Просто по округе хочу пролететься на клаве посмотреть. Fortnite? Нет. Я в этот играл. Пупк.
Sergeant, I would say it wrong. Patrick Archer, Harvey Skywalker.
Пойдем глянем, что там в 3L3. Один ворм. Ух ты. Даже диск положил. Какой агрессивный. Олимпийский. Олимпи. На будущие турниры, но это на все, на организацию, это не значит, что призовые фонды такие будут. В принципе, и ПУБГ собирается развивать тоже в плане развития у них есть. Что-нибудь. Чемпионаты делать. Так, а что там, кстати, по дотлану? Да, клейм взяли, а АДМ не поднимаем. Некогда мне этим заниматься. О, АДМ 6. А, ну там столицу, наверное, влепили. И хаб Дрон Валкерс. Влияние Блэк Легиона на исход боев. А что конкретно там такого? Блэк Легион и исход боев. Где там связь? Свипультришкин. Я бы, в принципе, мог бы здесь на пальке остаться и привести сюда Сабру. И посмотреть, что из этого выйдет. А могу пойти отдыхать, пока... Сколько там осталось? Времени. 1,5 часа. Сколько меня смотрит человек? Давайте так. О, там студия аналитики опять подключилась. Что-то происходит.
Going on in Denver, at least those of you watching in those locations, thank you for joining us. Those of you watching from home, I'm here at the desk with Rain and CCP Karker. Ladies, thank you for being
Rain и CCP Korka.
Thank you.
And
We also have one in Reykjavik.
what's that?
We have a viewing party in
Oh, we
Reykjavik.
definitely do downstairs, actually,
Yeah.
from the Reykjavik studio. So everybody there at Bryggjan.
Послушаем, что они тут будут вещать.
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for tuning in. Now, we have a lot to get through. We have a number of guests that we want to bring onto the desk here, but we've brought Rain and Karker out because we want to talk a bit about some EVE events, player events that are coming up. Of course, this event here at the Antenna, or just Antenna? Can I drop the definite article there? Antenna is great. There's a bunch of people out here. They're playing games. They're watching the AT. They're shouting when flagless shacks catch on fire, and it's going, I think, really well. Karker,
Пропустил бои Выдры против триумвиратов, короче. Триумвират третье место, а выдры гидры будут 21:00. 5 матчей до 3 побед. Кто первое, кто второе место займет? Я тоже ничего не понимаю, о чем мне переводить. Что там про твит-чат, все как обычно.
To be nice.
Maybe it was my bot, and maybe it's still going.
Do you have any words for the Twitch chat right now?
Just hi.
Just hi.
Что ты можешь сказать в Твиче прямо сейчас? Просто привет.
You mean behave?
Behave.
Yeah.
Behave is the word we're looking for.
Yeah, be nice.
Rain, how are you doing, and what do you think about the event so far?
I'm having a blast. So I've been kind of, I want to say, everywhere. So we have this massive break now, so I'm here to talk about live events. But I think the live event that we have going on out there is pretty great. I think I really enjoyed the cheering, like commentating and then hearing people cheer, like watching ships die. Has been like, throw you off a little? It kind of does, but at the same time, like you kind of get that extra energy because normally as a commentator, you're either
Я думал, мне опять врубят заглушку на какое-то время.
You get like all of the hype in the screen, like even in the CCP offices, it's like you and the other like analysts wouldn't be like screaming.
Кстати, я же обещал, что прочитаю сообщение там. Блин, оно уже, наверное, замоталось.
Go with it, but not have it interfere with the commentary.
Wow.
It's interesting, and I'll explain for the people at home. The setup here has a large screen that's actually displaying the Twitch feeds, so everyone in the hall is viewing things as they occur, but the commentator booth is set up right there, facing that audience, and they're commentating on the match in real time. So there's, maybe a 2-3 second delay between you saying something and then you hearing
Кто там
it.
еще остался? Сейчас решил, как я понял, выдры и тришки, а вторая пара кто? Гидры и еще кто? Я вот этот, наверное, вопрос запустил. Трое осталось, вернее, сейчас уже двое. Триумвираты выбили третье место, выдры и гидры вместе. Наверное, на этот вопрос я не ответил.
Let's talk a little bit about some of the events coming up. Of course, we'll recommend that everybody who is interested in looking at events in their area, check out evemeet.net. That's a resource that's, I believe, player managed that just will show you if people register events, where they're happening. And
people can also have their own events and register themselves. Yeah. It's not...
anyone at all can create an EVE event. I think
just
even...
meet up with some people.
Even EVE started as just like Nash saying, "Hey, I want to have people over to my establishment and show it off." So that's one resource there. In addition to that, we're going to give you some heads up. We do have some player meets coming up here. At least one in Adelaide, Australia, one in Providence, Rhode Island, in the United States of America. Of course, a big one hosted by our friend Joseph. Oh, is Barnacle O'Sullivan? Joseph Barnacle O'Sullivan, who hosts EVE Dublin. That's happening on the 31st of August and the 1st of September, which is very close to my birthday. That's like a special present to me. So anyone in the Dublin area, anyone who has been looking for a good excuse to travel to Ireland, pop on over, check that out.
Because of your birthday, right?
It's, well, I mean, you know, to celebrate the glory that is CCP Antiquarian, proceed to Dublin, with which I'm unaffiliated. You can also look forward to, have either of you ever been to EVE Dublin? Or
I have not, but
no?
CCP Falcon is going and CCP Afindi.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
Excellent. They're a wonderful pair. Do you ever sit with them at lunch?
No.
It's good chat. It's wonderful times. And of course, Falcon is everyone's favorite target. So feel free to show up and give them a
ticket on. If you just look up for the EVE Dublin site, you can get a ticket there.
There you go.
And, yeah.
You have all the info. Do you want to?
No.
You can. We can swap.
No.
I'll put the jacket on. No. I've always wanted to be a member of Team Chair.
Yeah.
I haven't. It's a lie. I've told a fiction on air. In addition to EVE Dublin, which is coming up again the 31st of August, the 1st of September, there are a few events later on in the year, chiefly G-Fleet, a G-Fleet event coming up.
October
5th, October 6th.
In Berlin, isn't it? Berlin? Yeah, in the beginning of October in Berlin, I think.
There we go.
Yeah.
And you can see that up on the screen. There we go. The, what is it, 48 days until G-Fleet kicks off?
Что они там показывают?
There we go.
G-Fleet 2018.
Guard will be there. That's lovely. It's always great to get him out at an event. I've never
48 дней, 10 минут, 12 секунд. Что это? Октобер. А, это они летали, стримили вроде как.
Space nerds around him. He's in his element, and he loves chatting with EVE players, and he loves going out and seeing these things. So that's coming up on the 5th and 6th of October. Again, I've never been to G-Fleet myself, and I'll assume you're primarily North American based.
Yeah.
Is this your first international EVE meet?
Yes, this is my first player-run international EVE meet. Yeah.
As a barbarian, do you feel at all ostracized by your fellow attendees?
Not at all. So I know there's a lot of British folks here, but we actually have some people from overseas as well. So I know there's a Norwegian, myself as an American. We have Vidor from Hungary. So it's not just like if you're in the UK, only.
Когда китайцы пригласят.
So people wanting to go to Dublin can fly.
Китайцы, кстати, тоже неплохо выступили на АТ.
Encouraged by CCP
Их альянс в Атернити довольно-таки долго держался.
We all get along and everybody loves one another and no one makes jokes about political climates in your home country. It's great. It's been wonderful so far on this trip for me, in fact, not having to justify anything. In addition to G-Fleet happening on October 5th and 6th, another major event in October, and something that hopefully we can get something up on the screen here for you. October 19th and 21st at the Link Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada, EVE Vegas will take place. EVE Vegas, now the biggest player event in the world, in the universe,
в октябре будет
in all of creation.
EVE Vegas.
The biggest player event there. And for the first time ever, the first time in the history of all things, I will appear at EVE Vegas. So if you want to avoid these, don't go. Don't buy tickets.
Я прошлый-то не понял, чем
If you do want to talk to EVE developers, you want to see presentations from fellow players and from employees at CCP, and you want to get together with a bunch of great people who enjoy flying spaceships, pop over, buy tickets, check out Las Vegas, check out EVE Vegas. Carker, you have been to EVE Vegas, and
там типа можно приехать, что-то типа фестиваля, ну фестиваля EVE Online, такое как бы бывает, проводят. Они в основном у себя там, где в Исландии проводили. Было прикольно. А это типа дополнительно для...
I like to draw comparisons to FanFest. So FanFest really focuses on up-and-coming patches and events, whereas Vegas really focuses on more of the social aspects. So there's a lot of obviously drinking, partying, but people who don't do either of those are more than welcome to come, and they are not ostracized of joining.
FanFest,
So we have like a big party at
знаешь,
Drives
как
where everyone
там
comes out, permaband performs similar to Party on Top of the
BlizzCon,
World.
там
It's a
всякое
similar
такое.
Parallel. We have player presentations, dev presentations. There's a pub crawl, so people can go on the pub crawl. I know last year we went to the High Roller, so it was the massive, big Ferris wheel thing. So you could see all of Vegas and just talk with devs and work with devs. And so that was pretty amazing. As well as, I think last year they had a Spark demo, a Valkyrie demo. I want to say the swag shop or the EVE store, where people can pick up swag.
Вообще во время всяких фестов они там прикольные вещи там показывают, события года, всякие арты устраивают, тоже всякие приколюхи такие.
So those will be sold at Vegas.
And they will be available at that store. I'm not sure if I've seen the designs for the posters as they...
One of them was done by Quim and Horde, and I believe the other one was from someone in Test. Yeah, it was the propaganda. So that was first and second, or first, because two people got first from, if you want to say either side of the war that's going on right now. And then second place was actually Rick Javik, so he's done amazing work.
Rick's from the Stay Frosty Lounge, of course. I'm ashamed to say, sir, that my Stay Frosty hat remained in Reykjavik.
Насчет разыграния билетов не
знаю. On my way
знаю.
here, I realized that I had left 50% of my hats there.
Может,
and so I've only got like 15, 20, maybe 30, 40 hats here.
В основном там приглашают кого-нибудь из интересных им людей.
That's like a good chunk, but also that one in specific I do want to wear. Instead, I'm giving you a shout out directly to those of you who have not been to Steel City Eve, which happens in Pittsburgh. That's Rick's event, and I think it's kind of a small gathering, pretty intimate.
Да я там собру виду.
Close, not too
Думаю,
close.
повоевать.
It's a thing that people do. Anyway, yeah, that happens. And Rick's, thanks for the hat, and thanks for participating. And you've got to be kidding.
Oh.
This is not my Stay Frosty Lounge hat, but it is a hat representing Stay Frosty. I'm gonna put it right here so that I don't have to expose my hideously scarred head on camera. There, I'll tilt. Can we zoom in? We can't zoom. Well, we don't have zoom technology. This is ridiculous. This show. I mean, we farmed this out expecting some level of just forget it. So that's happening. Eve Vegas, gonna be a big deal.
Tickets are still available. There's not a lot left.
Если не долечу, то хотя бы сабр приведу.
Players have something to talk about. They need to go in and apply. Maybe they'll get picked. And it's a lot of fun. I highly recommend it.
And of course, that's not. I mean, you being involved in Eve Vegas, great. Not the only thing you're involved in. And as long as we've got you here. Do we have enough time? I think we have enough time to talk a little bit about Evathon.
Не, про кипчики я не знаю. Я знаю, что 2 кипчика в мае или еще где-то были собирались убирать по политическим причинам.
So what it is various streamers streaming collectively for 72 hours. So people take
Конечно,
time slots if
Дреймфлиту не трогают ничего. Я сегодня проверял.
But it's everyone playing EVE Online, showing different aspects of the games. You get NPSI fleets, solo PvP, a lot of PvE exploration, fleet stuff. Any sort of like market trading, all aspects of EVE, and then all proceeds actually will go to a charity. And this year we picked Special Effect, which we have Stevie SG here as a representative. So that will be the 28th of September, starting, I'm going to say, midnight Eve time. So we'll go through the 28th, 29th, and then the 30th. It's that weekend.
Super excellent. We
Great
will have.
Event.
Pardon?
It's really fun to watch, and I recommend everyone watch.
It's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have Stevie SG on the desk later on during the Great Ravine to talk about her charity efforts, her roles with special effects, and of course we'll be, I imagine, seeing you later on, Rain, in the booth. Karker, any last words for the teams remaining in the Alliance Tournament, Hydra and Vidra, who will face off in the championships that kicks off in just over an hour here?
I just want some AT ships to die.
Ну, надо, не надо, там... Вроде как гуны договорились на то, что они не будут сносить эти кипстарчики, но их уберут оттуда.
Try to kill or die, or kill and die. Both, some combination of those things. All right, we will go to an ad break now to kill a little time while we switch out the guests on the desk here. Tune in just a few minutes. I believe we'll be talking to a developer from CCP, not CCP Antiquarian, CCP Shreddy, who is here in the building.
На Сабре, кстати, 6 зарубок, ой, 6, 8.
Out to talk a little bit about some of the prizes that the teams here in the Alliance Tournament are winning. So please stick around and join us in just a couple minutes. Until then, I'm CCP Antiquarian.
Warp drive active.
For good fights, make it brave.
Warp drive active.
Hi, my name is Durher.
Тоже где-то в каком-то ловсеке.
My interests include streaming. Hey, speaking of streaming, you should check out my Twitch channel, twitch.tv/Durher. multidollarmediaempire.com. Check out my Twitter, twitter.com/Durher. multidollarmediaempire.com.
Ауненен. Короче, Майло и Ауненен.
I don't know how much the... Is this the question?
I mean,
this is a real question.
I've asked a question for every I know, game. right? Tempest Calcif is so good. They
just
have
drive
such tournament
active. Yeah, they're so good, dude. Yeah, skip it and move on. Hydra.
Гименат! До Гимената еще долететь надо.
Massive snuffleak, massive snuffleak, massive snuffleak.
That's friendly.
Is that with you,
Relax,
Ardra?
dude. That's
Not
what
snuff, that's 3 snuff and an Ardra.
kidding me?
Jesus Christ, are you the last Spartan?
Northern Coalition has made mistakes in previous Alliance tournament. You know, they've lost matches to piloting mistakes, and I think Crowlor is going to wish he flew a little bit better in this one because he got caught really early and had his cap neutered out really early for no reason.
Нейтралы.
We here at Phage and Terra are proud of the respect and
Мало ли
affection
какой-нибудь
that
смарт
you have
ВШ.
for us, and these messages of kindness we received from across New Eden. Drop by the Join Total Mayhem channel in game today if you want to know more.
How did we lose a saber? We had like 3 sabers of active.
Я хочу тоже видео под такие звуки сделать. Я даже знаю видеоряд примерно, какой можно составить.
Warp drive active.
You haven't seen the last of Ludia. But sometimes more unexpected sounds grab our attention. Yeah! Like this desert rain frog.
Yeah, boy!
Northern Coalition has made mistakes in previous Alliance tournament. You know, they've lost matches to piloting mistakes, and I think Crowlor is going to wish he flew a little bit better in this one because he got caught really early and had his cap neutered out really early for no reason.
Warp drive active.
О, Проулер! 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 Стой! Ладно, не буду из этого гоняться. Чей, кстати, он был? Пандемиков. Ну и ладно.
Charging straight in towards the enemy, they have no fear.
Warp drive active. Docking request accepted.
Hello and welcome back to Alliance Tournament 16 here at the desk. I am CCP Antiquarian, and with me.
Неужели они договорились время сместить?
Shreddy, I really want to start with you because a lot of the people at home they might not be familiar with your handsome visage, as familiar as it is to me, much like the back of my own.
Чё за чуваки?
Tell us a little bit about who you are, what you do at CCP.
Yeah, so I'm CCP Shreddy. I've been with CCP about 9 months now. I'm the live producer, so pretty much I'm the producer of the team that makes live events. So the monthly events that have been occurring on the game, I'm one of those guys, making sure they actually launch every month.
And some of those events include?
Guardians Gala, The Hunt, the Yoil Festival. Latest one was Dawn of Liberation. And upcoming are Secrets of the Abyss event.
Secrets of the Abyss. Let's not jump straight ahead yet. So how long have you been at CCP?
Since December last year, so about 9 months now.
And how are you feeling about the way that it's been going so far?
It's wonderful.
Yeah. Is it worth it?
I get to spend every day with you.
Да, заглушки это все так. Это все для трусишек.
We do have some information here about these secrets.
Залетел, убил, улетел, все.
That is set to run from the 21st of August to the 4th of September. So kicking off in just a couple days. Tuesday we're going to go out with that. And tell us about it. What are the secrets of the Abyss?
So secrets of the Abyss, you got to find out what the secrets are. But long story short is this new event has new challenges for everyone to run while completing abyssal sites. So you go in there, complete your challenges. We've done some UI updates to start beefing up how we present the events to everybody. We start rewarding people as they're completing challenges, not just overall on the larger scene that we do with this here is you get your milestone rewards. We have a couple
Вот вам заглушка.
in the Singularity Storm line, so the 3 Triglavian ships will be getting a super fancy dancy electric skin.
It's a really neat effect. The guys that worked on it did a great job, and actually it's featuring some effects that we haven't seen on skins before.
Yeah, they're brand new ones.
Specifically lightning, and not just like textured on lightning, but an actual lightning effect. Really something to look for if you enjoy running abyssal sites. Speaking of people who enjoy running abyssal sites, Setonia, is this something that's going to motivate you to do more? You already stream quite a lot of abyssal work. What have you made of the feature, the Abyss?
Да, яйцо поднули. Они там что-то рассказывают.
That's an interesting tactic. It's beautiful, but
yeah, I think it's really good.
Скоро ивент новый стартует. Секрет в бездне.
Well, you can get good and fly the stabber like me.
Get good, noobs. The message from Setonia here at Alliance Tournament 16. Setonia, of course, I just don't want to pick your brain about how to run our content. I'm also really curious about what you make of what's been going on at the tournament thus far, and what these teams are putting on the line. We saw that flagless shack go down in the try match where they won. That was a lot of money.
Yeah, that was a lot of money. Vidra also lost their flagless shack. We also saw Rabisu fielded in the last match there as well, which is a ship that's worth upwards of 300 billion ISK, which is pretty fantastic.
It's a lot of ISK. Is it worth it for what you get as a winning team?
Absolutely. The winning team this year are going to get 25 of each of the new unique ships, 25 cruisers, 25 frigates.
Даже не знаю, замануха какая-то.
Could potentially be either Vidra or Hydra now, get 15 of each. Try who just gone out there, unfortunately, but they played really hard. They won 7 of each, and NC Dot in 4th place, winning 3 of each.
Ну да ладно. Ой-ой-ой.
Нет,
не туда прыгнул.
Tiamat and the Hydra,
А вот, Тиамат и Гидра, 2 кораблика. Про них сейчас будут рассказывать.
We do have stats for those ships. We can throw them up on the screen in just a bit. Here's the Hydra. That's that frigate Triglavian variant. Suit, can you tell us a little bit about what this is meant to be doing?
Yeah, so it's super cool. It's an upgraded Damavik. It gets an extra 2 low slots. It gets an extra 2 mid slots, and it gets an extra high slot. It also has a Covert Ops Cloak bonus. You can get a Covert Ops Cloak to it, and still have the same number of high slots.
Вот бонусы у него на такие же, в принципе, как Гидре, такие же, как, по-моему, у Домовика, но есть бонусы от ковров.
And also, if you take a look at the bonuses, one of the cool bonuses, at least on the
бонус будет на дамаг
sort of the extra bonuses,
и на клоку.
And it gets an extra 50% multiplier to the ramp. Instead of going up to 2.5 times max damage, it goes up to 3 times, so you get a lot more DPS out of it.
Right on. And of course, to accompany that frigate, we also have a cruiser, and that's the Tiamat. There it is, and you can see the variation there. The frigate has the gold texture, and the Tiamat carries through.
Это Tiamat, это уже на основе крузака Ведьмака. И бонусы будут от кораблей класса Рекон. То же самое, Клоку может светить и бонус на ДПС.
Does lose a low slot, but because it gets that tag 2 resistances, it kind of makes up for it. And it gets an extra mid slot, and because they're all based on the Society of Conscious Thought, which all have equal number of highs, mids, lows, that's why it's got the 555 low slot. It's got a cloak, just like the Hydra, and it also has the same bonus to ramping up.
And as additions to the Society line of ships, and again, addition to the Alliance Tournament Rewards ship line, which obviously we see being used in these tournaments quite a lot. What do you think of these?
They look pretty good to me. I think they're going to be fun a lot in the Alliance tournament.
Yeah?
Yep.
Right on. Well, there you go. Those ships, again, going to the winners of the Alliance tournament, Hydra and Vidra, set to kick off their final matches after the Great Ravine here.
Максимально называем. Ну, так, конечно. Наверняка их сильно зафитит, если они попадаются, то их дропнут. Ну, кораблики интереснее, по крайней мере, у них нет такого преимущества на АТ, как на АТ реконы, короче, и логисты решают очень многое.
So we have 2 new types that'll be available during this. One that'll be able to modify some boosters, and some that'll be able to modify like your armor repairer. So you have to scoop in there and grab a couple of those.
Pretty excellent rewards. We've already seen those mutaplasmids coming into play on some of those flagships.
Не бесполезные награды. Они кажутся бесполезными, их эффективность, конечно, сомнительна. Но так как все это уникальное, оно будет стоить денег.
How much are people investing in getting the perfect module here?
I mean, I know some people have spent hundreds of
Поначалу может мало, но через какое-то время, чем дольше эти кораблики где-то лежат, тем дольше они стоят. Я бы предпочел, возможно, чтобы они давали какие-то мега-краберские корабли. Мега-краберские БШ, что-нибудь в этом роде. Но это слишком читерно, что-то, что невозможно потерять.
I'm gonna let you guys go get back to the action on the floor at this event. Are you having a good time before we sign off here? Are you having a good time?
10 out of 10.
Yeah.
No complaints.
10 out of 10 from CCP Shreddy.
И так часто уже бывали случаи, когда такие корабли кто-то сливал и писал: «О, меня лагануло», то все 5-10, и им корабли возвращали.
Some of the volunteers, or some of the eventee staff, rather, that have been helping out with this broadcast. But for now, advertisements. Stay tuned. We'll be back after these messages.
EVE Dublin returns on August 31st and September 1st for a 2-day event.
Да, смысла больше в деньгах. Ну и в престиже.
Hi, I'm Creature Verpio, Test Super Capital FC. My interests are gunning Fortizars and my budding voice acting career. My ideal fleet member is one who has at least one Titan and a Faxol. If you want to fly with me, join Test today.
I'm Caroline Baker, my son's Elliot, who's 6. Elliot's very, very technology focused, but obviously has physical disabilities, so has problems getting on with technology as he would like to. We've had an Xbox for a couple of years and he'd been trying to play with it and couldn't use it at all, and some of his mates at school have said, "Oh, you've got an Xbox, have you? Can we play against you?" Just makes him, the same as everybody else and be able to challenge and join in. He's got enough things at school that he, you know, can't equally play rugby.
Скины на корабль не теряются, но их можно же продать, не обязательно же их использовать. Они тоже много чего стоят.
It was amazing to watch Elliot actually not go the wrong way permanently down the track, which he was doing with the controller before until it was set up properly. So today's been the first time that they've been able to play against each other on the same game, which is amazing. It's really nice to be able to see that, and also that he's going to be able to play with Dad and play with his granddad, which is, you know, it's going to be absolutely brilliant. So yeah, can't wait.
Warp drive active.
Сабра на охоте.
I know how to name drop too. Name drop too. Name drop too. Sergeant, I would say it wrong. Patrick Archer, Harvey Skywalker, CCP, didn't me, and I'll say it correct the first time, and then after that I'll mispronounce it. Yeah.
Ты же, блин, вагабонд. Что-то слишком круто, вагабонд.
Two Abaddons. Two Abaddons. Did I say three? Yes. Where's he catching reps from? Is the Proteus repping here? Could be. But you can't have cap transfers on an Executor. Remote tracking booster? No.
Трекинг быстро, это, конечно, прикольно, тоже реклама.
Welcome back to Alliance Tournament 16. I'm the Puffney here with I'm joined by CCP Aquarium. We are so glad to be back. And of course, great match.
Сразу три ведущих.
Why are you talking? Oh, sorry. Because it's I'm hosting this year.
Кепочки одели, которые на столе лежали.
Today's my day. Oh yeah, we agreed to that one. I remember that
Thank
part.
you for joining us here on the desk during the Great Ravine, the break between our semifinals where Triumvirate has just been defeated by Vidra been defeated by Vidra Reloaded, who will proceed to the finals. Those matches set to kick off in just over half an hour here. Before that goes, though, I thought it would be fun to have you gentlemen in here to talk about your experiences.
I thought it would be fun to have us together as the prime host and the other two hosts.
Well, we all thought it would be a good idea for you to wear that hat too, and frankly...
It took years off your life, Apostany. I mean, I haven't got many left by that measure, according to Stream Chat.
No, I don't think you have that many under your belt.
Yeah. Oh, that was it.
This is kind of like the three stages of Apostany through life. There's young Apostany, medium age Apostany, and then kind of over the hill Apostany.
Over the hill, bitter old defeated Apostany, who's not happy. He's not happy to be here. You look ridiculous in that hat too. Take that off.
I rock this hat.
It's a great hat, but you have a weird head.
My head's weird. My head is the best head.
It's
I mean, I may be the young one, but at least I still fit into a waistcoat.
Ooh. Ouch. Can we team up on him now?
I don't want to team up on him. I stole your innuendo game.
It's not what we agreed on.
So gentlemen, this is the first
Попробуем
year
сейчас
that
кое-что
the Alliance
сделать.
Tournament has not been hosted in Reykjavik, Iceland at CCP headquarters. It's the first year since I started hosting that I am not the primary host. One, I want to thank you for giving me back 3 of my weekends where I don't have to show up. But really, I wanted to bring you out here and say thank you. You guys have been doing an excellent job. I think everyone at home pretty much agrees that the level of professionalism and expertise that you've brought to the desk has been exemplary. The performances have been wonderful. Your jokes, while subpar, have been serviceable, and you're gonna make me cry. Your tears are welcome. But yeah, thanks from everyone at CCP and from everyone watching at home. You've been doing a great job. But tell us what's it been like being in the hot seat for the past 2 weekends at this, or for the past 3 weekends rather, at this tournament. Patni?
So I started out by casting from Iceland ATs 12 and 13. And then for AT 14, I got to host the first weekend we did here at Antenna.
Active.
And then last year for AT 15, I got to host the first 2 weekends. That's, I think, when Ithaca started. You did the third quarter of the day, which I took off when we did those, and that's how Ithaca got on hosting AT. And then now this year, obviously, Ithaca's done weekend 1 and weekend 3, and I've done weekend 2 and weekend 4, and we've both been doing kind of bits of casting here and there. So it's been a really nice evolution for me personally, going from kind of like the guy who applied to cast the Alliance tournament, not really knowing anything about it, getting the job as a bit of a surprise, and then putting a lot of work to try and catch up, and then kind of like
Сейчас немножко покемпим.
Seeing the Alliance tournament grow over the past 5 years. I mean, I don't have as much on-field experience as Ithaca. I'm coming in from a slightly different.
На Твиче звук лучше, не знаю, как это связано.
I mean, I wouldn't exactly call my experience on field, because I think I flew in maybe 4 matches of Alliance Tournament 13. Won 2, lost 2, thanks Nash. He was our FC, that's why we lost. I had nothing to do with it. I did everything perfectly. Then
I remember a certain show match between CCP and EVNT where Nash drafted an exact hard counter for CCP to take advantage of.
Yeah, he's not the greatest theory crafter. He's good at some other things. Beer, he's great at beer. He can do beer. Well done. Yeah, so I joined last year as a host to help take the load off of Pothney, because we were doing 2 weekends rather than just 1. And then this year we got the whole shebang. So we had a fight at the back. He won, so he got weeks 2 and 4, and I took 1 and 3. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun. He's a surprisingly strong little man.
I get the prestigious finals, and he does the heavy lifting of the longer weekends. It was great.
And both of you have been appearing in the commentator booth as well. And I imagine that that's actually fun for you to go back into into the booth and talk about things as they happen.
I mean, that's kind of like where this really started for me. So before I played EVE Online, I played another game, and I got into casting my guild's tournaments there, and then I ended up going up into the cast scene there. So when I came over and started playing EVE back in the early 2010s-ish, I kind of relished the opportunity to establish those skills in a new game.
Большие кипить на титанах с клокой.
Be in the matches, kind of doing the hype as well as being on the host desk.
Ну да, такое может быть.
Kind of the opposite. I discovered that I'm basically a trash tier tournament player, but I could talk about other people doing things better than I could do it myself, and that seemed to be easier, so I just did that.
Trash tier pilot, but top tier trash talker.
Yes, I'll take that.
There you go.
Well, I mean, in Ithaca's defense, I think definitely since I started, not to say that people were bad back then, but like since AT 11, AT 12, I think the experience gained by the people who do the production, both who are on the camera and those behind the scenes, we've had people getting the opportunity to do more and more shows like the RVB Cup, the Imperium tournament, I forget its name, the Hunger Games, the ATs, obviously the EVNT championships, all kinds of them. We've been having more and more consistent tournament play, so a lot of people have been being able to gain that experience and kind of look at, okay, how do you cast AT? Rather than just showing up and having to talk about match, you've got people who've gained experience, who've really put time and effort into thinking about what is the best way we
Все, занял позицию, может кого-нибудь даже поймаю.
And you've really turned it into something incredible. This production has been great. This set is wonderful. The whole setup that we have out there with the commentator booth being open to the public, to the control room upstairs. And a special shout out, I think now would be a great time to do it, to everyone up there. We've got people on the board, people talking in my ear. Well, one person talking in my ear, one person incessantly talking, one person talking right now in my ear. It's ridiculous. We've got 2 statisticians, or at least 1 statistician and a number monkey. And the statistician is going to be on the desk later on. Alexi, she's fine. Alexi will be down here to talk about some of the graphs that he's been working on. But everyone upstairs, I'm blanking on names.
There's a whole production crew. There's Ryan, Jake, there's Rowena, there's Nash does something occasionally.
Kelly
Bay,
today as well.
Kelly.
Kelly.
There's a whole host of people behind the scenes that make this happen. It's not just us sitting in a room rambling on incessantly. There's
Well,
actually,
it is that, but it's
there
other
is
things
that.
as well. There is a bit
But there's
of
like 20 people that make that rambling possible.
We had our briefing just before we began today, and I was like, I have not seen this big a crew for AT stuff.
Не хватает ни одного скаута.
Seeing that evolution and seeing that growth in the production scene is just absolutely incredible.
Well, it's lovely being here. Have you made it onto the floor for any of the social aspect of this event?
I was halfway through a delicious burger before I came in here.
Well, I'm sorry that we inconvenienced you in your busy schedule, Master Apothe. He is too big for his britches, and that's hard to believe. Again, I got your act, buddy.
They're gonna have to reverse my PL forum tag now.
They're
shout out to people in PL who can actually see that.
Yeah, PL, you guys, you did great this year. We're all really proud of you.
Не знал, что можно искать в чате Евки, нажимая на клавиатуру по имени.
We're going to cut to some ads. We're going to bring out a few more guests. We're going to look forward to you, Apothe, taking over this seat again later on this afternoon when Vydra Reloaded and Hydra Reloaded commence the best of 5 finals. Of course, the maximum number of matches that we'll be seeing down here will be 4. Because at that point someone will have won.
Yes. Well, Hydra come in with a 1-game advantage.
That's right.
So
That's because they proceeded to
minimum
the
of 2 games, maximum of 4.
And of course, we're going to see that the rule that was being discussed earlier, where if they win any matches, then they can't bring those ships. We saw that happening and possibly getting triumvirate 1 win in their series, but unfortunately not being able to advance. We will be seeing that coming up here in about half an hour.
Напарник с галстуком, ну, там тоже она такая Ева, что-то там МТ написано или что там написано. Или про чем там написано.
So it's hard to fit it all in.
Stay composed. Keep your composure.
Yeah, Kate boys, Kate.
I'm kiting, bitches.
Watch your
Do it
range.
now.
Giving all she's got, most teeth.
Give it all you got, baby.
Burn them out.
They're burning, baby. They're burning. My hands are shaking.
There are a lot of fun dice games, but rolling the number you need to win is pure luck. Or is it?
I don't know how much the...
Hydra.
Is this a question?
I
Is
mean,
this a real question?
I've asked a question for every
I know,
game.
right? Tempest Calcif is so
Yeah,
good.
just
They
skip
have
it.
such tournament pedigree.
Yeah, they're so good, dude. Yeah. Skip it and move on. Hydra.
Massive snuff leak.
That's friendly.
Is that what you are,
Relax,
John?
dude. That's
not
what
snuff. That's 3 snuff and an
Are you
R
kidding me?
Jesus Christ, are you the last Spartan? Two Abaddons.
Two Abaddons.
Did I say 3?
Yes. Where's he catching reps from? Is the Proteus repping here?
Could be.
But you can't have cap transfers on an Executor. Remote tracking booster?
No.
Docking request denied.
Неужели когда-нибудь мы тоже постареем и станем такими же, там не разбирающимися в бытии? Будем говорить всякие типа трекинг, бустер и так далее. Какая же Евка все-таки сложная. С одной стороны, но она, в принципе, ее вполне можно освоить.
Do you have some of the crew getting ready? Right here we got the commentating booth, and last but not least, the studio. Come on over. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream.
Hi, I'm Grand Arcana, Test Alliance Head Diplomat. My interests are negotiating backroom deals and glazing the blue donut. My ideal fleet member is your entire corporation. If you want to fly with me, join Test today.
Welcome back to the desk here at Alliance Tournament 16. I am your current and temporary host, CCP Antiquarian, taking the helm.
Бедолаги придумывают, чем развлекать публику.
To introduce you to excellent people who have
Наверняка, может, это было задумано на финал.
Even longer, actually, at the Alliance Tournament. Here we have
Что бы они делали, если бы не было третьего боя? Триумвираты. Если бы сразу два подряд проиграли. Что там у него на рисунке было? Bifrost best.
Bifrost R best.
That's not an
R.
R.
R best.
It's like someone with
Bifrost C best.
It could be. I don't know.
We need to talk to Nash giving out tactical analysis.
It was a Twitch. His theory crafting is bad. His handwriting is even worse. So Vegas and Bifrost are apparently fine. Bifrost, right? Isn't it Bifrost? Bifrost.
Yes.
You've been to Iceland.
I've lived in Iceland.
You've lived in Iceland. I think it might be worthwhile for people at home to just be reminded, perhaps, or possibly be introduced to this information. You have a complex relationship with the AT. Begin at the beginning. Leave nothing out.
Okay. I'm Stevie Ward. I started with Eve TV in 2007. So the first TV show about Eve was with me.
Эван. Там написано на кепке или чего. Сейчас смотрю просто на маленьком мониторе.
AT2, I think, had a studio setup, but it wasn't live. I might be mistaken in that. And for Alliance Tournament 3 through 6, 7, 8, that was my
Что локал тестов подрос.
Who worked on it with me and Soundwave and all that amazing lot from CCP when I worked there. So I was working at CCP and also a player. Through a lot of the ye olden days of the Alliance Tournament.
Was Falcon on as a player commentator while you were there?
So Falcon, when Falcon was a plucky little EVE Online player who we invited out.
Event Козырёк.
Phone interviews and all that lovely stuff.
Falcon's still quite plucky.
Yes,
hopefully watching at home.
He's one of my favorite humans. So it's So basically, seeing him go from that to the amazing community manager he is now is a delight, and it's lovely. And you know what? It's only taken me 10 years to actually get to the studio of the Alliance Tournament. I've always been booth.
Have you not been on on desk before.
I've never been on
This is your first appearance on the desk.
It's only taken me 10 years and for me to not work at CCP to get on the desk.
I think that's astounding. My first appearance on the desk was in Alliance Tournament 12, and actually Apothny was there as a commentator. And I had never met him, and I had never done an Alliance tournament. I'd never never been involved at all. And I went downstairs because they wanted me on to.
Зарубу на кипстарт, но это материал надо собирать, красивое что-то делать. И вообще разрешение от авторов нужно брать, чтобы транслировать. Но это я так не очень, как бы без разрешения рестрим показываю тут, переводя на русский. Я думаю, CCP не слишком против.
And then I was on the desk and I was like just devastated. The whole time I was like, this is awful.
Мне, в принципе, очень часто пишут на английском языке, типа, можно я буду использовать контекст твоего стрима, там линкану его куда-нибудь или еще что-нибудь такое. Я говорю, да, конечно, используй.
No, and yeah, exactly. This is the best. This is definitely the best place you can be. And I'm glad it took the 10 years to get to desk.
Overjoyed that I was here for your first appearance. And it's of course it's great
lovely.
To have you in the building.
Oh, it's lovely to be invited.
And it's wonderful to have you contributing via your work with special effects. So that's great, and we'll probably hear more about that later if we have a little bit of time. We're gonna gauge out. Of course, you're not alone here, and discreet error
very
is
quiet and very well behaved.
Is it are your boots comfortable?
They're great.
Are you just put a boot up on the table for us? Just give us. Have you guys seen
Ooh,
these? These are both intentional and unironic.
О, ботинки достал.
Who is
Заценил.
in some way responsible for
Прям на стол.
on the ground.
Красавчик.
Here at this Alliance tournament, why don't you tell us about and stop me if I get this wrong because I am inestimably ignorant.
We've been practicing, you can do it.
The Confetti Institute of Creative Technology.
Yeah, spot on. So the creative Confetti. Now I'm getting it wrong now. The Confetti Institute of Creative Technologies is a place that myself and Bay work. It is a specialist college for film, music, TV, games, live event production, kind of all the kind of creative disciplines that would go into something like running an Alliance tournament. So it's kind of a natural fit for the things we do. We have a lot of volunteers that are kind of current and former students. We're broadcasting out of the very center of the building, so all of the college rooms are kind of above us and around us. That explains the complex signage that you probably noticed as you came in. So we have a lot of kind of opportunities here. We use them kind of to the benefit of our kind of college and university students, and we produce things like this. So I've had a team with me for the past 4 weeks. I've had 5 members of staff working for me, so that's been great. They've put in a lot of work, and probably they're all sat out in the gallery watching the screens and laughing. So, hi, team.
Hey, team.
You're not being particularly funny. I don't think they're laughing. But they're laughing at me because I am funny. So my question is, were you involved in EVE before coming to Confetti, or were you involved in Confetti before coming to EVE?
So I had been involved in EVE in my youth as a games student before becoming a games lecturer, but I wasn't very good at EVE, so I kind of dropped out of EVE until Nash became the manager of Antenna and started running the first kind of EVE meet in Nottingham, which kind of spiraled to where we are now. And then I've kind of dabbled.
Стоишь, блин, кемпишь уже, блин, полчаса.
As a result, I have the
Ну, 20 минут.
distinction of being
Плюса
the
летают.
first member of the Plus 10 Gaming Corp.
Попадется нейтрал, наверное, на Этере просто мимо пролетит.
We have a 0% success rate for PvP, and it's my fault.
Wow. I mean, that's you know what? It's something to be proud of. Anything that marks you out as being distinct, I think that's something worth trumpeting as a flag, I don't know, a uniqueness, a specialness to you.
Nobody else will ever manage to do that.
You are the butterfly, the snowflake.
A ton of other people might get stuff killed, but I'd appreciate that as well, guys.
Right on. Well, how has it been taking on the responsibility of running this Alliance tournament? Certainly, it's going to have been very different from the way things were run in Alliance Tournament 8. Has it gone smoothly?
Yeah, it hasn't been without its faults. There had one or two kind of minor technical issues.
Спасибо за подписку, добро пожаловать на стрим. Я сейчас так думаю, что если бы я, допустим, это, конечно, старые истории, не касающиеся текущего АТ, когда там тоже говорили, что кому-то денежку заносили за то, чтобы они сливали бой. Если так подумать, то если речь касается там какого-нибудь выхода в 1/8 или там в 4, то я бы тоже спокойно бы сказал, давай там мы тебе 300 лярдов прямо сейчас переведем, и ты сливаешь.
Graphs that are too big, graphs that are too complicated.
Graphs that are maybe less readable than others, we'll say, but they're still fantastic. We're going to have him on the desk later on to show some of those off. But
учитывая то, что ты можешь выиграть гораздо больше, то можно, в принципе, покупать такие сливы.
I think probably the graph of his that I like the most is the one that tracks who in the current teams that are still alive.
Family tree of teams.
Where have they been? Who have they flown for? And in which teams?
Мне интересно, если у CCP на руках, допустим, будут неопровержимые доказательства, если в каком-то бою была договоренность, они исключат кого-нибудь за это? Ну или попытка договориться, там, не знаю. Хотя, конечно, такие доказательства практически невозможно достать. Там обычно все делают очень аккуратно.
That's one major benefit there, being able to give things away, I guess. Getting people involved is always a plus. And as long as we're here talking about getting people involved, can people get involved in charity functions?
They can. I feel like everyone who's been watching this stream today knows what's going on, but yeah, absolutely. Like if anyone is interested in getting involved, it was so nice because we got to watch the video earlier on of Rain and the wonderful guys who have been playing special effects videos for the last sort of 3 weeks of the AT. But 100%, I do encourage anyone, if they did want to get involved with Evathon or anything like that, they can absolutely get involved. And especially if you're based in the UK, if anyone is interested in volunteering with special effect or wants to raise money or wants to find out ways that they can help more to spread awareness, absolutely contact me on Twitter. I'd love to talk to anyone that wants to get involved in anything like that. And yeah, Evathon, I mean, it's going to be so much fun, and we're so excited at the charity to see what Eve players do.
As long as you've brought it up, just so that I'm clear.
Ну, разумно, в принципе, есть такой подход.
Of you on Twitter lip syncing and having
this
people.
Morning.
Is that what was going on?
Yeah, no, this morning. Well, oh, yeah, no, that was just me on the train. I got so excited about being on the show. I was just lip syncing permaband songs to see if people could guess which songs they were, and people could. So
wow,
that's cool.
Well, you enunciate clearly. Your lips are readable.
I would guess yes. No, yeah.
Может, даже какие-нибудь официальные расценки на такие вещи есть.
I'm familiar with most of their back catalogue. I think it's, you know.
I've wandered past the desk where you're working. You're not listening to permaband. He's listening to the least respectable music. Speaking of, very respectable, however, are the player adverts submitted by alliances, coalitions, organizations, trying to get other players involved, getting the word out about what they're doing. So we're going to cut to a few of those ads just now, some messages before we come back for one more segment here on the desk during the great ravine between the semifinal and the final match, which is set to kick off in just a little bit. So we'll go to those ads now. Stay tuned, though, when we come back to the desk. I believe we're going to have the man himself, Nash Cadaver, here to talk about whatever he wants to talk about. It's his show. He can do what he wants. Until then, I'm CCP Antiquarian, and we'll be back after these messages.
Так, логов только я аккаунт, наверное, с Саброй. Будет что-нибудь летать, тогда зайду. Блин, только логов на сразу мантикора появилась. Ну что за дела?
I know how to name drop too. Name drop too. Name drop too. Sergeant, I would say it wrong. Patrick Archer.
Не, ну это внутри игры как бы... Это да, может быть просто тупо договоренка. Не успею, наверное.
So it's hard to fit it all in.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Да, не успеваю.
Keep your composure.
Yeah, Kate boys, Kate.
I'm
Go ahead,
kiting,
Joe.
bitches.
Watch your range.
Giving all she's got, more teeth.
Give it all you got, baby.
Burn them out.
They're burning, baby. They're burning. My hands are shaking.
There are a lot of fun dice games, but rolling the number you need to win is pure luck. Or is it?
Сейчас повеселимся.
Is this the question?
I
This is
mean,
the real question.
I've asked a question for every
I know,
grade.
right? Tempest Calcif is so
Yeah,
good.
just
They
skip
have
it.
such tournament pedigree.
Yeah, they're so good, dude. Yeah. Skip it and move on. Hydra.
Так, одна есть.
Massive snuff fleet.
That's friendly.
Relax,
dude.
Dude, that's not snuff. That's 3 snuff and an Ardra. Jesus Christ, are you the last smart?
О, лол, он на меня дис таргет пентер кинул. Лол, что? Еще одна есть. Отправляйтесь на борду.
Two Abaddons.
Did I say 3?
Yes. Where's he catching reps from? Is the Proteus repping here?
Could be.
But you can't have cap transfers on an Executor. Remote tracking booster?
No.
Тут два балкончика. Они тут кемпить недалеко. Скоро прилетят сюда проверять, что здесь не так. $10 зарубок. Одна большая, короче. Теперь на корабле есть. Торповые бобры, хотя нет, и с бомбами есть. Что-то убивали, что ли? Ну, не зря кемпил, ладно, окей.
Welcome back to the desk here at Alliance Tournament 16. I am CCP Antiquarian, your host for this segment. Before the finals, we'll commence those finals to take place between Hydra Reloaded and Vydra Reloaded. Those will be kicking off around 16:50 Eve time, or at least the broadcast will go and get a few words from our official desk and hosts and commentators at that point. Before then, though, I have a few special guests here at the desk. Of course, Alexei Aksan, a statistician and number cruncher working here on Alliance Tournament 16. Alexei, it's great to have you with us.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, and I have to compliment you. I know at least 3 people have mentioned it. I don't know if Twitch will have picked up on it yet or not, but
Что у них за яички такой там были? Пустое, пустое.
A triad, a triskelion. It's 3 parts coming together, the trinity of tie knots. Does it have a name?
It's a trinity knot.
It is a trinity knot, and it is wonderful, and it actually reflects very nicely the design, the concept of the Triglavian theme. We've seen with I mean, obviously, Society of Conscious Thought sponsored tournament, but a lot of
чел, который на прошлом конце в чемпионате. Сначала ему рюмочку поставили, а потом там пиво допивал.
Is Nash Cadaver.
Nice to be back on a desk with you.
It's
brings back some memories.
Lovely to have you here, Nash. I think last time I was wearing an orange suit, so it's pleasant to see that tradition carried forward.
In fact, actually, now you mentioned it, I did bring you a present. I think maybe you should keep it.
Он ему подарок дарит какой-то.
One for you as well.
No.
No.
No. Thank you, Nash.
Спасибо. Что?
I don't know what to say.
Почему ты не принял его подарок? Это было от души.
Really
Почему ты не принял его подарок?
But you know, you get used to it.
О, онлайн на тестов уже 400.
I'm gonna go to Alexei here. We'll deal with that later. Alexei, I wanted to bring you onto the desk. I lobbied to have you down here. I really wanted your whole team here, but your partner is a coward. It is, however, really nice to have you here to talk a little bit about some of the infographics and the analysis that you've been doing upstairs for this Alliance tournament. So why don't you just talk to me about the genesis of some of this, how you came up with some of these things, or what guided you to this amazing state of being in which you currently reside.
I think it all started with Bay writing a stats blog and me telling him that's crap, I can do it better. And it's kind of snowballed to this point where, like, to be fair, Leanne nearly joined us here, but when she was told she had to keep it PG-13 and wasn't allowed to swear at the teams for being dreadful.
Видно, оба готовились, короче. И этот в троечке парень, и в этот...
Keeping us on air.
И этот в оранжевом, не знаю, полностью там, ну, многие вроде нет.
Collected so much data, and we've actually managed to go all the way back to Alliance Tournament 7. And if you're seeing the player profiles that are being brought up today, they go all the way back to Alliance Tournament 7.
Похоже, как будто он из команды Кусто сбежал там.
С
костюмом для плавания, для погружений.
Kind of data. Let's take a look here at the history of remaining rosters. Of course, Triumvirate has now been knocked out. I believe that they're the green line? Is that?
Triumvirate are the red line up at the top there, the red squid.
This
graph that I put together to try and visualize what was initially a rather sort of complex and boring spreadsheet, and sort of showing where these teams come from and where they draw their experience from. And you can see actually that you have Hydra have both a very strong history as Hydra, you can see with the thick line going all the way through, but they're pulling in experience from a lot of other places, even from Vidra, from old teams like Camel Empire and Warlords of the Deep. Comparatively, Triumvirate, you have a couple of members who've had maybe experience a long time in the past, or El Diablo de Roja actually is that line of consistent play for Exodus. But the majority of the Triumvirate team that's pushed so far through this tournament is fairly new. They didn't even compete as Triumvirate last year.
I hate to truncate the discussion. I do want to keep us on schedule as much as possible. But this is excellent, and I love seeing this. I'd love to see more of this kind of stuff come out. And it's certainly been a benefit. One of the greatest things about having EVE-NT take on the Alliance tournament has been, for me at least, has been seeing you guys move in this direction towards a kind of statistical, historical evaluation of things that are going on.
I think one of the things we're really trying to push is the
player
highlights and making sure that we can make heroes out of individuals rather than always highlighting
ну да, скорее всего, за все годы Евы. Я помню, Соларфлит участвовал в битвах, где там 3 битвы, там как-то подсчет по поинтам еще был. Что-то такое.
as it turns out, we have one more graph at least that we can put up there before I just shut it down.
Несмотря на то, что я понял, что это за все годы, я не понял, в принципе, что там объяснялось.
This is for this tournament, or is this across all tournaments?
А за все время Most Picked Ship. А, Слепниры, это когда Минматараж был, а Нейросы, понятно. Вексоры популярны были, когда дрон тоже формат был. Курифер, ну, Скимитар, понятно, тоже. Хонда, Мерлинов часто брали. Маус. Эосы тоже вписались в дронный формат, видно, что их часто брали. И шкуры. Как ни странно, бобры и ассалты неплохо вписались.
Of course, you guys maintain web presence and participate in
вот это интересная статистика.
Content outside of EVE Online for the EVE community, and we look forward to seeing a lot of that there. I'm going to go back to you, Nash. Here, I have a gift for you as well.
Is it a suit?
It's not skin tight. It may make some of the rest of your apparel skin tight. I'm under the impression that you're opening a new establishment here in Nottingham, and it would be an honor for CCP to present you with this bottle to have behind the bar there and to offer to your patrons in the future. Please.
Thank you very much.
I should have gotten up to give
Как
it to
он
you,
ее
but I think
принимает?
it's fitting that
Booze, I'll come and get it.
you should come and get it.
That's very nice. Thank you very much. Yes, I'm opening a bar, so outside of this project, you will find me laboring anywhere between 14 and 16 hours a day. You know, cleaning walls and scrubbing bits and, you know, actually building walls and all sorts of stuff. So yeah, it's been a hectic few weeks for me.
Я First Foundation
and someone putting a lot of effort in for this broadcast of the Alliance tournament, which has been fantastic. This segment
First Foundation я уже как бы
we are going to see more of Alliance Tournament 16 as Hydra Reloaded and Vydra Reloaded face off against one another in the finals, which are set to kick off in just about 15 minutes.
Не те сейчас, не те, что раньше,
I will be leaving this chair, and Apathy will be returning to host on the desk for analysis of those matches, and we will have additional interviews on the sofa, the couch, the interview couch with Dreckless in between those matches. Until then, I can just say thank you all for tuning in to Alliance Tournament 16. On behalf of everyone here, and certainly on behalf of everyone at CCP, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting your teams. And thank you for being with us here at the desk. I'm CCP Antiquarian. Fly free.
Do you have some of the crew getting ready?
Вот он этот парень. Это тот же самый, короче. Я только сейчас понял, что это, короче, один и тот же парень.
Hi, I'm Grand Archon, Test Alliance head diplomat. My interests are negotiating backroom deals.
Дичи набор ведется, ну да.
If you want to fly with me, join Test today.
Не закрыт. Сейчас только вот территории появятся.
For good fights, make it brave.
Hi, my name is Durhadur, dreaded CEO Emeritus. My interests include streaming. Hey, speaking of streaming, you should check out my Twitch channel, twitch.tv/Durhadur. MultidollarMediaEmpire.com. Check out my Twitter, twitter.com/Durhadur. MultidollarMediaEmpire.com.
Warp drive active.
Stay composed. Keep your composure.
Yeah, Kate boys, Kate.
I'm kiting, bitches.
Попробую его поймать. Не знаю, получится. По идее, информация-то обо мне должна была дойти. Я 2 бобра триумвиратов убил. Сейчас или он меня будет ловить, или я его. А, он индус ловит. Вернулся обратно, индус ловит. Ну, так неинтересно.
Set a trap. All we had to do was hold them up and let the big guns do the killing. We had no idea what was coming.
Вернулся. Главное нажать на него порч и скребок. И начать лучить сразу. А то он может выкатиться из-под скребка.
So it's hard to fit it all in.
А вот и ты.
Northern Coalition has made mistakes in previous Alliance tournament. You know, they've lost matches to piloting mistakes. And I think Crowlor is going to wish he flew a little bit better in this one because he got caught really early and had his cap neutered out really early for no reason.
Еще один парень. Вагабонд. Хорошо, будем дропать вот туда. Чего? Вагабонд убежал? Ултруханул.
Eve Dublin returns on August 31st and September 1st for a 2-day event. For tickets and more information, visit evedublin.com.
Активный. Много лиц. Плиты какие-то где-то с кого-то полутал. Габон де Таранис.
Hi, I'm Creature Verpio, Test Super Capital FC. My interests are gunning Fortizars and my budding voice acting career. My ideal fleet member is one who has at least one Titan and a Faxon. If you want to fly with me, join Test today.
Northern Coalition has made mistakes in previous Alliance tournament. You know, they've lost matches to piloting mistakes. And I think Crowlor is going to wish he flew a little bit better in this one because he got caught really early and had his cap neutered out really early for no reason.
Так, это Вагабонд и Тарань. Или что-то еще. И Локи. О нет, они убили мою мобилу. Тарань и Порифер.
Warp drive active.
Думал, сейчас заловлю кого-нибудь. Ну нет. Так. Ну, 3 килла сделал в перерыве. На сабле уже 11 зарубок. Хотите себе хорошую рекламу? Сделайте на базе мемчика.
Doing the same things they did last time. They're just charging straight in towards the enemy. They have no fear.
Гипножаба от пандемиков. Ну да, где-то же есть видео, ебой, что-то такое. Я, блин, точно помню, что нечто подобное я видел. А, да.
I know how to name drop too.
Там черный парень. Ебой, что-то такое.
Sergeant, I would say it wrong. Patrick Archer, Harvey Skywalker, CCP, didn't me, and I'll say it correct the first time, and then after that I'll mispronounce it.
Так, ладно, видео не буду открывать, а то может еще заблочат. Сода тоже очень хорошо выступили на чемпе. Мне понравились многие их бои.
So it's hard to fit it all in.
I have wrestled CCP Antiquarian away from the seat. He did not want to give it up, but I managed to get him and his entire
Grand
collection of fans out of
Final.
the way. We are back to regularly scheduled programming with the grand finals of Alliance Tournament 16. We have a repeat of last year's finals, actually. Vidra Reloaded going up against Hydra Reloaded. Vidra obviously a game down already because they're coming from the losers bracket and down their flagship Leshak as well. We've got the first game coming up very soon for you guys, but let's run through the bans and get some thoughts on this. So, Rain, I'll tell you the bans, you tell me your thoughts. We've got Hydra banning Praxis Hyena Leshak and Vidra banning Victor Falcon Rook.
So Hydra, obviously, since they have their flagship, banning out the Leshak to limit that for Vidra. Vidra banning out the
Пойду пока водички налью, пока не началось.
Against Try, so obviously they don't like the ECM. As far as the Victor, obviously Hydra winning or getting second place last year would have Victors, and they are practice partners, so I would assume that they've seen maybe Hydra field that comp before. I'm not sure if that was Hydra or Vidra, which had it before. I'm not quite sure about the Hyena Praxis, though we have seen the Praxis before used with the cruise missile kind of core slayer comps that we've seen with the battleships. So maybe they want to really avoid that or any sort of missile sort of application comps.
So we do have a little bit more information. So Vidra and Hydra, they are teams that are practice partners. They've got a good working relationship. They practice together. So what that means is in this finals, we may see a few comps that they've been practicing against each other, but then you'll see slight variations to try and mind game each other. So we'll bring the comp you think we're bringing, so we know that you'll bring that comp, and then we'll just skew jammers towards what we know you're bringing, and it'll be like super nth level mind games on top of each other. Reload, what are the kind of extra things you have to consider when you do have two teams that know each other quite intimately well going up against each other?
You just have to be really careful. If you have a practice partner as close as Vidra, you have to think about their type of gameplay, and you've seen what all their matches have been up till now. They went against Try, they've lost their flagship, and they've seen some pretty crazy combos, Armor Widows and things like that. So now they've got that knowledge of them going through the losers.
Что рекламу не купил на это, не подготовился.
Maybe on the back foot here.
Well, we're going to see as the next match is just about a minute and a half away. So
следующему АТ я буду готов лучше, буду знать, что делать, что стоит с самого начала за ним следить, как правильно там, чего кого.
I'm going to go Hydra on this one. Probably the only reason I would actually go Hydra on this one is because Vidra have lost their flagship, Hydra banning a Leshak, and I think my prediction is Hydra are going to bring their flagship.
Yes. Well, I also think Hydra are going to win this match, but I think that Vidra are going to take a couple games back off them, and we are going to get a good series out of these teams. So let's go to the match. We have the commentators ready. So let us go to the first match of the grand finals of Alliance Tournament 16. It's Vidra Reloaded against Hydra Reloaded.
Не вовремя я до конфетки добрался.
Hey guys, my name is CCP Card, and I'm going to Berlin for G Fleet on October 5th with my CCP friends, and I hope to see you there.
Welcome to Alliance Tournament 16 Grand Final. I'm Ethicahawk, joined by Sutonia. We have Hydra Reloaded
Итак, сейчас будет первый бой в гранд-финале.
Best of 5 matches. Hydra with the 1-0 advantage already comes
Всего
to the
будет
Sutonia, these are some interesting comps. Vidra have brought a Vindicator, Navy Armageddon, Navy Megathon,
Получается, максимум 5 боев, до 3 побед играют. Итак, Гидра против Выдры. Гидра и Выдра взяли арморный формат, при этом у Гидры 1 БШ, Апсагвард, Легион Зил, неплохой состав, Конфессор, Ретриба, Ведьмак, Малер, Домайк. Но я не вижу практически рэба. У Выдры есть 3 быша, Виндикатор, Нави Мега, Нави Армага, Гнозис, Магус. Есть Блэкбёрд в виде рэба, Ведьмак, 2 Лагистригата и Домовик. При этом Выдра забанили Фалькон Рук, Виктор, а Гидра забанили Праксис, Гиену и Лишак. И, по-моему, Гидра потопила вперед. Мне не показалось. Да, они кучкой пытаются идти вперед. Но это довольно-таки, думаю, не очень правильная тактика. У Выдры 3 быша. И, в принципе, они могут на близкой дистанции разорвать их. Там горцует Ретриба Гидры. Получает джам. Поймали Зелот под сетку скрамбл. У Гидры. Грабер лег туда же. Начинает дамажить Зелот. Гидры, при этом у Выдры Виндик, да, 3 быша под скрипком. Добрался бы до Блэкбёрда, потому что Блэкбёрд очень много пакостей может устроить. И пошел ДПС по Зилу. Очень сильно его он просаживается, но его очень хорошо качает. Видно, там есть логистические дроны, но кто-то из быша Выдры начинает смартить. Затанковать 3 быша на Зиле, ну, довольно-таки сложно будет. Он, конечно, чемодан сейчас прожмет, погреется. Но, судя по всему, там гвард в джаме и Зил, вероятно, отлетит. Там половина структуры уже. Практически никакой скорости. Стоит ли его в перегреве пытаться откачать? Что в ответ пытается предпринять Гидра? В ответ она пытается давить Виндикатор. Какой он побитый, Зелот держится из последних сил. Как долго он танкует? Он буквально танкует на грани. Да, все. Добивает его. Видно, джамп кинули Наталья и Дьякон от Выдры, то есть у Выдры Талия и Дьякон кинули джам. Ну там или джам-дроны, видимо, летают, да.
That is a lot of jams being spread around now. Vydra have had a lot of success with the ECM throughout this tournament. They've chosen to ban both the Falcon and the Rook here.
Ведьмак теперь у Гидры убивает. Ну, Гидра так и не смогла, по-моему, ничего ответить на слив Зелота. Им стоило таким составом пытаться как-то обойти, подобраться к Блэкбёрду, еще к какому-нибудь кораблю. Но это было довольно-таки непросто. Задача не из простых.
Yeah, it looks like the Guardian might be jammed. I'm not seeing any reps land in anything at this point. But now they land in the Absolution, so he'll probably...
При этом у Выдры есть еще Гнозис, и Гнозис, вон, видно, кидает трикдизы.
On top of the Absolution right now, so he has got a lot of work to do to survive. If another jam lands on that Guardian, he will die very fast.
Начиная давить Absolution, у Гидры... Блэкбёрд, видно, Блэкбёрд потек у Выдры, это шанс сейчас хотя бы чуть-чуть, хотя бы призрачно попытаться выбраться. Апсана тоже уже на структуре. Absolution закончился. Пытается почему-то одновременно Виндикатор давить и Блэкбёрд, но это, наверное, Виндикатор пытается Лишак давить, а до Блэкбёрда кто-то другой добрался. Там Домовик и Ретриба вместе катаются за Блэкбёрдом.
That is the flagship Lashak of Hydra Reloaded, flown by Heart SP. Can they kill it in these remaining 5 minutes?
Странно, что Дамовик, у него вроде смарта нет. Странно, что Дамовик не подкрадывается вплотную и не пытается сбрить смартой этих дронов. А вот теперь он ничего не сможет сделать, потому что Домовик закончился. Идет 6-я минута, и Выдра полностью захватила инициативу. Гидра ничем не смогла ответить. Были попытки, конечно, продавить корабли, но они как-то не увенчались успехом. Ретриба катается со скоростью 2200. Притормаживает. Дима сейчас в другую сторону поедет. Сейчас, в принципе, можно сфокусироваться на джаме именно Гварда. Но, видимо, если профильные джабера, можно периодически джамить Гварда, Лишака, Гварда, Лишака.
Yeah, he's tanking quite well here, and because Vidra doesn't have the Lashak that we normally see, the sort of Lashak on Lashak violence, where both Lashaks
Ретриба подпалась под скребок.
Something will die. Vidra, in this case, I mean, they do have a lot of DPS. I think Vindicator, Navy Armageddon, Navy Megaphone, plus everything else they have.
Она прям въехала к БШ. Пытается снять Домовик. Но ее там сушит. Навряд ли она здесь что-то сделает, если будет полностью сухая, даже стрелять не сможет. Лишак держится, как это ни странно, его не добивают. Не могут пока добить. Хотя там 3 БШ, и надо всего лишь заджамить удачно на 20 секунд Гварда. Да, его давят. Его давят, но сейчас Гвард вроде вышел. Или это дрон, или это Гвард начал его качать, он подхватил. Структура, она рядом. Селф-репка, скорее всего, на Лишаке есть. Очень любят ставить репку именно на лишак. Видимо, там тоже какой-то флагман или что-то в этом роде. Потом можно проанализировать, что они покажут в студии аналитики, сколько он стоит. Остается, в принципе, еще минута 50, но этого должно вполне хватать, чтобы добить лишак. Да, там уже структура. И все, лишак закончился. Просто один Blackbird может, если он включится чисто на логиста, выключать его хотя бы на 20 секунд не каждый раз, но этот момент можно ловить и пытаться дамажить. Теперь гвард поймали. Даже немного странно, что так долго пытается разобрать. Но там Зелот долго танковал, потом Лишак долго танковал.
So they could go for the Lashak ban again, just to stop the Lashak setups coming in. They could also both field their own Lashak check, since both teams haven't actually won.
Есть еще Легион.
Yeah, that is true. Now, also, the flagships this year count towards the team's limit of 1 unique. Both teams now don't have flagships, so we might start to see them bring out the money with things like the Victor or the Atanas and Rabisus and just the fancy ships like that. They can now use them without having to worry about not bringing their Lashak.
Yeah, we did see Vidra ban the Victor in this match. We know the Vidra definitely have a.
Да, видно, как Тарагдизы работали с Гнозиса по Малеру. 12 секунд, остается Легион, остается Ретриба. Будут они пытаться добить Легион или нет. Там структура, да, и добивает Легион. Первая победа за выдрой. Будем смотреть дальше.
54, 53, 52, 51, 50. Oh, hi, I didn't notice you there. My name is CCP Guard, and I'm going to
CCP Guard.
with my CCP friends on October 5th, and I hope to see you there.
G-Float в Германии они где-то проводят этот ивент. Стримерский вроде.
Tied up 1-1 there between Vidra and Hydra. Reload, what did you think of that match? Navy Geddons? What?
I'm surprised. I thought Hydra was actually going to take that match. They had the flagship Leshak, they brought it out, and they banned Leshak for Vidra, but the triple battleship pseudo all-in worked really well. I think the Blackbird got some really lucky jams there because the entire Hydra Reloaded team just collapsed. I'm surprised to this day, like, what?
Yeah, like it's very strange for teams to buckle under the pressure, but you know, when you're playing people you know, you might say, oh god, they've done this move and they pulled it up against us. We've never beaten this in practice, and your mental game just falls apart. And of course, Hydra are coming into this match cold as well. They haven't played yet today, whereas Vidra are up and ready. They've got everything pumping. Rain, what were your thoughts on that match?
I was going to say I wasn't really impressed by either sort of setup. I'm kind of sad the Leshak died, the flagship Leshak, because now we won't see any more flagships. But that does mean the teams can bring uniques. So I'm hoping that these next couple of matches, even though it seems to be the target of the bans, that I'm hoping that we will see more uniques and hopefully more explosions of uniques.
Yeah, it's always nice to see that ISK kind of tally up to try and beat, what was it, the AT 13 loss of 2 Cambions, an Atana, and a Maraca in a single match.
Yeah, I remember
which is,
that.
I think, probably tied in its value lost for when the Impok was lost in an AT match back in the early days. But yeah, it's always nice to see big shiny things go boom. That's why we're all here. So, let's find us a little bit of...
Следующая битва, короче, будет 30 минут. Перерывы, получается, по 20 минут. Не так, как в остальных битвах. Конечно, это финал, и команда, считай, играет одну битву за другой, им надо больше отдыхать, между битвами подготавливаться, аналитику какую-то проводить. 3 из 5 побед нужно. Будет предусмотрено на максимум 5 битв, но до 3 побед одной из команд играет.
Bring your significant others, bring your mum, bring your dad, bring your siblings. Maybe not pet animals, I don't think they'd necessarily be allowed, but everyone can enjoy some AT fun. So, this does mean that there are some ships that are banned from the coming up matches. So Vidra can no longer bring the...
Это не значит, что это третий бой. Это значит, что просто формат именно выяснения отношений.
So they are tied 1-1 and Vidra is down, but remember that if we do make it all the way to the final match, the 5th of the best of 5, then we will kind of remove all of those bans so the teams can bring whatever the hell they want on the last match outside of obviously the 3 main bans, and they've both lost their flagships at this point, which is quite important. So Reload, what are you expecting to see our next match? Are you seeing kind of ECM Newt match to continue, or are you expecting another wild thing to throw each other off?
Well, I was expecting them to bring, well, like a Leshak based team, Hydra, which they did. I predicted right on that one, but I didn't predict them winning, which is pretty bad. But Hydra bringing like a single command ship, like pretty standard, I would say, armor comp. But I think another corkscrew is going to be headed straight for us. I'm expecting some wild things, to say the least.
Rain, what do you think we're going to see from the ban meta coming out of these teams? Do you think they're going to target each other's uniques, or do you think they're going to go for the Logi trade, or are they just going to pick our comp is bad against this, we're just going to do very straightforward bans?
I'm not sure. I want to say
Аналитика от комментатора периодически проходит, в основном во время битвы.
So I'm guessing we may see more Leshak bans.
Я уже там сказал, что в основном как бы переть просто на 3 быша, это уже была большая ошибка. Стоило как-то попытаться связать эти быша и зайти как-то в тыл и убрать Blackbird. Это было бы хорошей тактикой.
Confirmed jams or not, it's just an attempted jam. So whereas like when you see newts or you see a scram or you see web, you're like, okay.
Можно было также продавить один БШ, вызвать на него всех логистических дронов, отсмартить их как вариант. Правда, там армага была у Гидры. И она бы сушила того, кто пытался смартить. При этом у выдры практически не было никакого рэба.
10-second video, you'll love it.
Yeah, I have actually been loving the Vidra ECM AT ads that
меньше ДПС, практически никакого рэба, в отличие от Гидры, которая был Blackbird и Гнозис. Очень слабый сетап. Против 3 БШ, 1 БШ. Могли только действительно, если бы в тыл зашли, убрали Гносис, убрали как-нибудь Blackbird. Blackbird сначала Гносис.
Yeah, Vide Reloaded as well as Volta as well.
Oh yeah, the Volta one is great. I am biased, obviously, and quite partial to the PL Desert Toad Boy E ad. Yeah, we need to go over to the couch, not the coach, to roll over to the couch for an interview with one of my favorite CCP devs, although of course all our favorites. It's CCP Karakur. If I pronounce that at all closely, I'll be very surprised, so let's go over to them.
Everything you read on the internet is true. See you in Berlin.
Не, он, наверное, все-таки эти видео заранее записал. Не похоже, что это прям онлайн. Не знаю, о чем сейчас они будут рассказывать, можете послушать.
what's the status? Like, we were talking about the little things during FanFest, and I'm wondering, how did that go? How did the feedback go, and what did you do with it?
It's always just useful to get feedback from players, and we write it down, and then when we get some free time, then we start to go over what people have suggested, and in some cases just implement them. I think it was in March that we released the last ones, and since then we've just been working on them, collect them in our own sandbox branch, and we're just excited to sometime soon release them. And we've actually started on, or about to start testing on some of the items, so hopefully.
So we're making more progress on that part. Are there already some of the little things of the big pile that you actually could get to and start reworking some of the things that people have been asking about?
Yeah, we've actually have like a list of about 20 things that are already implemented. We have some testing left on it, but hopefully we'll get it out soon. One of the
Она, походу, голос немножко сорвала.
Allowing modules in saved fits. This has been commonly requested. So hopefully sometime soon.
And is that like with the patch next week or one of the coming patches? Is it going to be in a big patch, or is it going to be like in one of the small patches in between?
It's not going to be in the patch next week, that's for sure. I'm not going to promise any date on it, but it would be in a bigger patch, a part of a bigger patch. I'm not going to guarantee when it's, but sometime soon.
So are the viewers and
Не
players
знаю, по-моему, это
expecting to see a dev
какая-то
blog coming out
организация,
sometime
какая-то из организаторов вот этих стримов CCP-шных.
It's released or around released, and we probably also will just post on the forum thread.
Yes, the forum thread. What's the current state? Are people still actively seeking out the thread of the little things, or is it currently like not as popular since people may not get the feedback like on a weekly basis, basically?
Yeah, the feedback is very much still alive, and we currently like not constantly, but every now and then we go through it and collect the ideas, because there's a lot of people suggesting a lot of things. So, and even though we don't comment on it, we are reading it. And every now and then I just remind people of that we're actually, it's still alive. And if people have suggestions, it'd be a great place to put them, because it's easier for us to go back and find the ideas, rather than if it's in a random tweet to me or something that I'll forget and then.
So you've heard it here, ladies and gentlemen. So if you have ideas for the little things thread, and if you want that handled, you have to post into the official forum thread. Don't post it on Twitter, Reddit, or whatever, because people will overlook your item that might be very beneficial for all of us. So
I mean, it's okay if people also maybe post it there or something, but at least just also put it in the forum thread.
So next item is, I've heard you went on a little field trip late to EVE Northeast, a marvelous event. Can you tell us a little bit about it? Because I've heard you made an after movie or something like that.
Yeah, it's a camping event in New York State, and it's just a really fun event where people are just hanging out, just playing board games, playing Dungeons and Dragons, and I made a short video just of pictures from that event. So I think we're going to see that later.
Well, exactly. We are going to see that right about now. So let's cue up the after-action movie that CCP Carker assembled for you guys to enjoy, and enjoy the imagery of EVE Northeast.
Welcome back. Things are all tied up here at Alliance Tournament 16. I'm joined once again by Reload and Rain, two of the finest Alliance Tournament experts.
Кстати, фотки с Дичи Феста так и не смотрел.
As usual. And yes, so we're tied up 1-1 here. Vidra versus Hydra, or Vidra versus Hydra, whichever way around you want to get it. So,
Vidra versus Hydra. Как-то он на разный манер тоже произносит.
Not able to be brought by Vidra. So what are you expecting to see coming up here, really? What kind of comps do you think we're going to see in the next match?
It depends on the bands. I think Hydra are going to have to bring something out now. They've lost their flagship. I don't think they're on the back foot just yet because Vidra obviously can't use the 10 ships that they used beforehand. So I think Hydra...
Я думаю, что Гидра и Видра даже тренировались вместе, у них хорошие связи между собой. Зачем им тратить лишний час, если можно просто договориться? Хотя я не знаю, как бы... Ладно, пускай это будет такая аналитика от стримера. Чувак с выдры. Рандольф
So, having watched him and commentated last AT, I do know he was almost always a frigate pilot. So obviously that fits tackle, not so much DPS. But he had some really good plays.
Еще не напал на НАТО. Зачем мне нападать на НАТО?
Sort of get into the back lines of teams. So he actually has done really well. And I do know, I believe it was Alexei.
Спортивно интересно, да. Можно порубиться чисто на таких форматах, которые не особо напряжны.
He obviously is very good at manual piloting, which you kind of need for those, the Thalia, the Deacon, those Logi frigates. You can't just, I don't want to say sit still or F1 approach anything. So that's where his skills really come into play.
So Reload, I want you to talk me through the...
Тем не менее, команды, это все равно две команды, которые финалисты. Какие-то сетапы они еще имеют, и просто даже чисто в плане, как на тренировку можно посмотреть на это все.
No ECM allowed, it seems. Yes. But I think Hydra or Vidra are going to bring a Griffin or a Kitzian. I think it's almost certain, actually, because ECM is so popular.
Yeah, could we have a Blackbird from Hydra? Maybe. I think that's one of the few little combinations we have left, short of going to those E-War frigs. What is it about the Griffin and the Kitsune that makes them so...
Что-то они Гриффин и Китсуне обсуждают. Только из-за того, что типа они популярны. Типа ECM это популярно.
They don't have a micro warp drive version, so they're very flimsy and they need to be well screened as well. And your lower end, if it's two frigates, then you need something to screen those frigates from potential anti-support. So if they're vulnerable, they're going to die very quickly.
Well, regardless of who wins this match, we will be on a match point, as it will be 2-1 either way. So let's hand it over to the commentators to find out the results of game 2. Oh, no, apparently we've got a graphic first. We've got banned ships, I do apologize. So we have the banned ships of Hydra, Tengu, Victor, Widow, and the banned ships of Vidra, Balgon, Falcon, Rook, and the conquest bans, as I ran through before. I won't say them again because I've said them several times already.
Гидры, выдры.
We have around 2 minutes until the match.
Conquest bans.
So, yeah, this list,
Тенгу, Виктор, Видоу, Болгарка, Фалькрук.
We have, another 10 ships to come in.
А Conquest Bans это типа взаимные баны?
What do you do when you just run out of popular AT ships? Like we're already seeing the Navy Armageddon being...
Это на самом деле состав...
What do you think, Reload?
Нет, это не состав прошлого боя. Нави Мега Армага была, а Индикатор я не помню. Гнозис Блэкберт тоже был, Талия Диакон был.
Navy Mega for one was actually, it's very popular, overshadowed by the Vindicator, but Navy Mega has a utility high, which means you can fit a smart bomb, and Rep drones have been so popular this meta, it's crazy.
Rain, do you have a fondness for flying the, let's say, not unpopular, but the less used ships in EVE? Like, I know when I like to fly solo, I like to pick a ship that no one's really flying and then try and get the best out of it because people underestimate you, or do you just like flying kind of the main meta?
So I fly the Tristan a lot, which I think is extremely popular for solo pilots. But I think that's because you don't really know. I mean, a Tristan has drones, but you don't really know how else it's fit. I fought like whole tank Tristans, armor rep Tristans, shield rep. I fought like I think a triple rep Tristan where it was one of each. And so it's one of those things where when you come across it, you may have no idea. With the AT, it's a little different. You can kind of get a feel of what teams are doing, especially with logistics. You know, everyone may be flying armor, everyone may be flying shield. Sometimes we've seen it where I think it was like a whole tanked Armageddon or something along those lines that ended up winning a match. So I feel with the Alliance tournament, while you may have unpopular ships, if you kind of do something and it works, like do something different but have it work.
Говорят, что мужчины не улавливают иногда женскую речь. То есть могут пропускать ее мимо ушей. Скоро должен начаться. Прям вот в ближайшую минуту-две.
Of malice.
Yeah, fair. Okay. Well, let's find out if anybody's going to bring any ships. So let's throw it to the commentators.
Welcome back to Alliance Tournament 16.
Они там, по-моему, уже набухались. Этот парень с пивом. Он надел тот костюм, который хотел подарить другому комментатору. Итак, Гидра против Выдры. Короче, нафиг, короче, этот бой. Будем смотреть за чуваком с бокалом. Ладно, прокомментируем немного. Гидра на этот раз тоже 1 БШ, и у Выдры 1 БШ. Дальше у Гидры идет Апса, Рабицу, Сакразил, Понтификс, Конфессор, Ретриба, Ведьмак и Малер. Практически нет рэба, зато есть Рабица. У Выдры дальше идет Гвард после Лишака, Нави Харба, Хамелеон, Курса, Сакра Понтификс, Соман, Малер, Пунишер. То есть получается, в принципе, у Выдры есть Курса. И, кстати, в одной команде есть Рабицу, а в другой команде есть Хамелеон. И Курса работает неплохо, она раскидала трек-дизы. Пока только на Зил и Апсу. Пытается у Гидры продавить Апсу. Пока видно, что Выдра стоит спокойно, как бы Малер стоит немножко впереди и готовится перехватывать тех, кто будет вкатываться. Гидра тоже, в принципе, маневрирует немного. Видно, поехала Апса и Зил немножко вперед, но не в лоб. Зил немножко разворачивается, есть маневры какие-то. Стоит последить, на самом деле, сейчас за маневрами больше, чем за тем, кто будет течь.
Yeah, I think the Hydra team are just being patient here. They are trying to wait until they've got a good position to just barrel in and kill stuff.
Выдра занял довольно-таки хорошую позицию.
They're just sitting there doing pretty much nothing except not dying, which, if you want to win, is not the tactic I would suggest. The Sacrilege is regenerating shields at this point, as basically nothing happens in this match.
Yeah, the interesting thing as well is the chameleon of Viewglass is kind of on the opposite side of the arena. He's 87 kilometers away. The Rabisu has positioned himself really well from the Hydra team, making sure he's as far away as possible from that chameleon, over 110 kilometers away, so that jams aren't going to be very effective on him.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter if you jam anything if you decline to shoot it afterwards, because Vidra also basically shooting nothing. That attack bar is minuscule, probably just some drones.
Хамелеон.
Looks like very few jams have landed as the chameleon is miles away. At this point, we have 10 people on each side just kind of flying around in the arena, sort of probably chatting in local.
Это ж крузак. Пока что они держатся все на дистанции, и мало чего происходит. Заканчивается 3-я минута.
As they're sort of both teams are just staying on their sides of their own arena here. Not too much is happening.
Yeah, I think both teams have brought comps that kind of rely on the other team to commit first and then take advantage of that. However, both teams are not silly and they are both waiting for the other team to make that mistake. However, someone's going to have to make a move, otherwise we're going to go to reverse tie-dye. And I think in reverse tie-dye, jams are more effective.
What's super interesting actually is the
Хамелеон это получается как Фалькон.
Might be using this offensively to jump in perhaps and just go on to the Vidra Chameleon or something because he's not taking damage. He's not on that.
Почему я не вижу практически джама?
He's there to potentially use it offensively.
Yeah, he is aligning towards the other team, but he's not activated it yet, as far as we can tell. I mean, the attack bars of both teams again. Hydra's dropped to 0, Vidra's dropped very low. Oh, the Leshak is now webbed actually, as the control bar from Vidra starts.
Видно, что причем Выда постреливает, там стекает шилд у некоторых кораблей. Гидра же ведет себя довольно-таки пассивно. Возможно, они хотят немножко... Вот они поиграли в позиционную войну. Сейчас, видно, вкатывается Лешак Апса, Ведьмак Гидры обходит немножко, пытается, наверное, овцу зайти. Наверное, решили сыграть так, что первое время они немножко поманеврируют, а потом пойдут в атаку, чтобы что-то там по очкам выиграть. Обе команды сейчас имеют в составе уникальные корабли, и, в принципе, ни одна из них не хочет потерять такой корабль. Но я смотрю Хамелеон, я в игре его смотрю, и я не вижу у него бонуса на джам. Хамелеон под сетками. Конфессор у Гидры потек. Где он там? Он возле Лешака и Хамелеона. Видать, там дроны неплохой дамаг по нему наносят. И он танкует, его практически с 0 до 100% откачивает. Там нет рики, таргет пейнтер на нем. Прилетели логистические дроны, чтобы его откачивать. Но я не вижу смарт. Что-то ему как-то поплохело. Видать, Лешак там начал гораздо сильнее заряжать. Да, Лешак его. У него пустился луч, и Гидра теряет конфессор. Выдра вырывается вперед. Остается 4 минуты. Потери, конечно, не критичные, но это может уже кое-что означать. Пытается дамажить теперь Ведьмак, который также пытался забраться в тыл к Выдре, но у Выдры там Омен и Понтификс его схватили.
Yeah, I think both teams here have just been flying absolutely superb. Very little in the way of mistakes on either side here. Just pure execution, almost at its finest in Alliance Tournament 16. This is why these two teams are in the final. They are...
На Ведьмаке все. Джамп-дроны, трекинг-дизрапторы, скребок, вампирик, таргет-пейнтер.
Yeah, losing that Confessor is a big loss actually, because when it's in sharpshooter mode it has the bonus sensor strength, so it would likely be able to constantly do damage to the Vidra team, and also the tracking disruptors from that curse are not going to be very effective because of the bonus from that sharpshooter mode, so potentially a lot of damage coming off from that.
Остается 3 минуты, и после того, как слили один конфессор, ничего практически не происходит.
But he has now been scrammed. Oh, he's scrammed. Yeah, he's scrammed as well and webbed. So now he's not in a great position. If you're in a 250 bill AT ship and you're scrammed and webbed,
видно, где-то заработали смарты.
Meanwhile, the Leshak of Hydra, he is
Absolution Гидры пытается бить
Yeah, we see
Хамелеон.
the Retribution and Absolution right now are actually right on top of that Chameleon. The Absolution as well has a smart bomb, and he has been smart bombing a few of the Vidra red bots on it, but he has been screened off by the Punisher of ObserverV. So this
Пока ему вообще ничего, да, там есть дамаг, но незаметно, чтобы там сильно протекал. В принципе, может, если Лишак от Гидры подкатится, его сейчас никто не держит, только трек-дизы на него кидает. Не забываем, что в Идре есть Курса. Курса может довольно-таки существенно снижать ДПС от турельных кораблей. Еще одна пачка логистических дронов полетела на Ведьмак, чтобы его откачать. Там работают дроны. Против дронов работают смарты. И забирает Ведьмак у Гидры. Уже 9 поинтов. Остается 1,5 минуты. 9 поинтов у Выдры. Сможет ли Гидра как-то ответить? Какой именно корабль ей стоит забрать, чтобы бороться вперед? Ну, по идее, там может быть Сакра или Курса, но обе цели не очень удобно. Если, конечно, Курсу подхватить было бы замечательно, но если Сакру, то за минуту продавить ее не хватит. Тем более, видно, что у Сакры и Зилота Гидры тоже проблемы. Там сетка и скребок, и Лишак придерживает скребком сейчас. Стекает Зилот у Гидры. Был там чемодан или не был, я вроде не особо заметил. Уже 3 корабля Гидра потеряла. Остается чуть больше полминуты.
And showing why they are the defending champions. Hydra just kind of being demolished here. They have not managed to kill a single ship of Vidra yet in 2 matches.
Почему такие большие проблемы у Рабицу были с откачкой Зила? Неужели джам?
They're also going to lose a lot of really key ships here as well. They're not going to be able to bring for the future matches. So Hydra are 1-2 down right now, but they could still potentially come back. And we should point out that this will probably go to maybe a 4th game, and that's when all of the conquest rules will reset. So Hydra have a big advantage for the next game. Vidra are banned out from 23 ships or 26 ships.
Ну все, матч завершен. У Выдры 20 очков. Получается, по битвам 1-1. Будем дальше смотреть. Не, камбэки бывают. Просто если ты как бы начинаешь пробивать корабли, то это значит где-то противник совершил ошибку.
There is an interesting stat for the Hydra versus PL history, which is a big history, in that Hydra would always beat PL in the Alliance tournament unless it was in the grand finals, in which case PL would win. And that stat, I think, continues to be unbroken as long as you don't count the SCL. Where Hydra beat PL in the finals there, but that's years and years ago, and nobody cares about that.
Nobody cares about the Pandemic Legion AT team in this tournament either.
No, apparently not. It's kind of sad how
2-1.
Mighty have fallen. We'll just have to sit on our 6 medals and wait for people to catch up. So we actually have arrived in the antenna here in Nottingham. One of the pilots from Triumvirate. So they won 1st place. He finished his match, flew in it, and then has come down here to hang out. So we're going to have an interview with him when that's all set up and ready, when the guys in my ears tell me that is going to happen. But until then, tell me a little bit about what actually went on in the match. We had the Clash of 2 Titans, the Rabisu, and the Chameleon. Jin, talk us through it.
Yeah, that match was really, really interesting.
Я, видать, какую-то битву на автомате, что ли, откомментировал? Или пропустил? Посмотрю.
And from that point, obviously, it's very, very hard to come back into that match. You have to make some really heroic stuff happen, like we saw Triumvirate do, for example, in their series against Vidra. Still, you know, it's Hydra has a lot.
Нет, только две битвы было. Странно, я что, одну битву пропустил? 1 поинт у Гидры за сетку винеров.
Should be able to even this series up and then take it to that final match, and that's going to be a real nail biter, in my opinion.
Yep. So, Reload, tell me, Vidra are 1 match from winning. Do you bring your absolute best? You think it's going to win? It's your best hope for winning?
Как интересно. А я видел, что там вроде 5 должно было быть. Битв. Сейчас я вижу 4.
I think they should just go on for the kill, honestly. They can't bring any more ECM comps, though, which is a plus for Hydra.
10 минут на одну битву.
Griffin in a kit soon, all in or something.
Когда время заканчивается, подсчет идет по очкам.
Or something like that.
Scorpions are still open.
Yes, that's true. So we have, like I said, now a lot more ships that are not allowed to be brought by Vidra as they've won 2 games. So from the first game, they can't bring Vindy, Navy, Mega, Navy, Geddon, Gnosis, Thalia, Deacon, Blackbird, Mages, Fedback, Demo.
Но если Гидра, получается, ведет, то Гидре один бой достаточно, чтобы победить.
No. But yeah, so they've got... Oh, it's coming up on the back screen now. I've been saved by the production crew. Badass job, production crew. We have band ships in again. So it looks like that's the same bands unless they haven't been updated. I'll wait for the updates. But yeah, so to continue now, just reading them all as quickly as I can. This will be fun. The bans for Hydra for this match specifically are Tengu, Victor, Widow. The ban ships for Vidra are Balgorn, Falcon, Rook. And then
Забанили, короче, всех джимеров.
Vindicator, Navy, Armageddon, Navy, Megathron, Gnosis, Magus, Blackbird, Vedmak, Thalia, Deacon, Demovac, Lashak, Guardian, Navy,
Ну и хорошо, значит будет быстрее разрешен вопрос, кто победил.
Yes, so that is quite a lot of very good Alliance tournament ships that you can no longer bring. Like, you're going really scraping the bottom of barrel of what you can bring. We've seen a very armor-heavy meta this year, possibly due to the fact it's a newt-heavy meta and newts just hurt shields so bad. Do you think that when you have so many good armor ship bans that you eventually have to convert to shields, or would you just finagle your way into coming up with an armor comp reload?
I still think there is some viable armor setups that you can still go. I don't see any T2 logistics cruisers there. So Aneros and, well, the Guardian's there. But the Aneros is still open, so they can go Aneros.
We've also seen the Executor a few times in previous matches.
So I do think that armor is still viable, but I don't know.
I mean, one of the things I love about modern tournaments is, you know, in ATs of even a couple of years ago, you had 4 logistics that were viable in the tournament if you didn't have any AT ships. You had the T2 Logi Cruisers, you had the Aneros, the Guardian for armor, you had the Basilisk, the Scimitar for shield, and even then, you never really wanted to bring a Scimitar unless it was in a kite comp, and the Guardian was just kind of not as good as an Aneros. So you could just ban those, you can ban out entire comps. Now, T1 Logi Cruisers are valid. We're seeing T2 Logi Frigs be totally valid this year. I've been calling it since AT 14. It was only a matter of time before I was right. And then, of course, we've even seen some T1 Logi Frigs, some very good teams in niche cases. So that is much more open these days. But yeah, so a lot of people have been asking in stream chat what the conquest bans are. So if I can ask Jintan, what are the conquest bans? What does that mean? Why can't these teams, this Vidra specifically, bring all these ships?
So specifically, the conquest rules are something that have been implemented for AT 16, and effectively what it means is that if you win a match in a best of X series, this is specifically a best of 5 series between the 2 winners, and if you win a match, you can't bring that ship again. And that's really specifically important, not actually like what you might think of where it's important in the cause, because we see so many ships be viable at that. You know, we've seen, for example, Fleet Typhoons, we've seen Armageddon cores, we've seen the Shacks, we've seen Vindicators, we've seen Navy Megas, we've seen Tech 3 cores, we've seen BC cores. The main place where this puts a lot of pressure is actually on the support wing. There's only so many command destroyers, there's only so many cruisers that you can realistically bring. I mean, look at that. You know, the Vidra team now can no longer bring an Omen, a Mala, a Damovic, I think there's also the Vedmak, yep, there it is. So they have basically no tackle, they've got no cheap links. They're going to be really constrained in their ship options, and I think this is going to pull them into shield more than anything. Just simply the fact that they don't have the cheap support to really make an armor team viable on its own without doing some weird stuff. You don't really want to have to be using a Thorax as your first choice for your armor tackle cruiser.
Yeah, I know the Vexer is a popular ship. Is that banned? I don't
that
think
is not. Yeah, so Vexer and Thorax, I think, would be the next 2 that you go down to on that list.
Yeah, okay, well, let's go over to the couch with an interview with one of the tri-pilots who drove all the way down after his match.
Hey guys, my name is CCP Card, and I'm going to
Да, это же тут точно записанное видео. Я аж подумал, что он реально в эфир так попадает напрямую.
And we're back here in the sofa at the Alliance Tournament 16 party here in Nottingham, organized by ИДЕМ В C. And with me is Zhao Xing of the initiative. Yeah.
Deadman squad. Deadman squad with initiative.
So you're flying with initiative, Deadman squad, and this is your first EVE event that you're attending.
Yeah, it's the first time I've been to any sort of.
Что-то какие-то два чувака конкретно просто. Знаете, как, ну реально черное против белого. Один такой дородный, с бородой, с каким-то пучком в ухе, что-то там. Туннель отсюда не видно, правда. Второй такой худощавый, белобрысый. Интересно, что второй будет говорить. Или как он начнет это говорить.
Yeah, exactly. And what did you think of the tournament itself and like attending the tournament with several eveners and like talking about it?
No, it's been really good. It's like
там вот Brave на заднем фоне видно, кто-то поднял табличку.
Like over at home, yeah, it's interesting to watch stuff like that. But then, like when you get everybody like cheering and like stuff like that, it does sort of, you know, add to the experience overall. So yeah, it's been dead good.
So who have you been cheering for today? Like.
Все, просто уже не стесняясь.
Not you. No, we'll get to you in a minute.
Exactly.
But yeah, it's been really good. Yeah, enjoyed it.
All right, and as you said, we're
подошли, прорекламировали, ушли.
On my left-hand side here, we've got Stawish from Try, and he was actually at home earlier today and competing. So tell us, how was the match for you?
Yeah, there was a lot of pressure, but we were just amazed to even be in this position at all. I mean, our plan going in this was just to beat Test, and then we did that, and somehow we just kept going. We don't know how we got here. We don't know what we're doing here. We don't know what we're doing. But we got into the final. We lost our first one, which we sort of expected when we brought our T1 flagship. Sorry, T1 was Leshak. So in the second match, we knew that's it. We've got to bring the Leshak. We're going to go all out. We've got 10 bans on our side, so we can push it.
Вообще, конечно, это нечестно, что одна победа бесплатно дается за то, что ты в винорах. Вторая команда, наоборот, еще дополнительные преграды проходит, чтобы добраться. Deadman Squad. У парней одинаковые надписи на футболках.
It's an amazing experience, I guess.
Well, some would say that we came second, since some would also say that Vydra and Hydra are the same team, so...
Ooh, daring.
Well, it's a bit risky, but why not?
Yeah, of course. So, is it for yourself the first time that you were actually participating in the Alliance tournament?
Yeah, so on our main team, I believe there was only 2 pilots that actually flew before. That wasn't me. One of the main reasons we did so well is we had one of our pilots, which is El Diablo, was an ex-Exodus pilot, and he's basically taught us everything. He's taught us good communication. He's taught us all the piloting skills. He's amazing at the meta, and he's managed to sort out the bans for us, sort out comps and that kind of stuff. But our main overall concept with this was to just ride the flagless shack all the way through. So every match we won was with a flagless shack. So we rode that as far as it could get us, and it got us all the way to the best of 3.
Well, an amazing role it was for you guys, and I want to thank you for making it to the party still and joining us up here at the Alliance Tournament 16 party hosted at Radio Antenna here in Nottingham. And that's it for now from the couch, and now it's back to the studio.
Did you know that players who go to G Fleet in Berlin on October 5th can place an order for EVE swag from the EVE store and get it delivered to the venue at a reduced cost? Well, now you know.
Я бы хотел, чтобы было маленько по-другому, чтобы была битва Там полуфиналы, потом финалы. Ну и там за 4-е, 3-е место тоже. Сражение условное.
Northern Coalition has made mistakes in previous Alliance tournament. You know, they've lost matches to piloting mistakes, and I think Crowlor is going to wish he flew a little bit better in this one because he got caught really early and had his cap neutered out really early for no reason.
Нет, не все пропустил. Еще как минимум одно сражение будет. Привет, там триумвираты 3-е место заняли, а сейчас Гидра и Выдра выясняют между собой отношения. Да, вроде в последнем бою, кстати, 2 команды использовали лимитированные корабли, но они, считай, под первые 5 минут ничего не делали, только присматривались друг к другу.
Guys, welcome back, and we're about to go into our 3rd game between Vidra and Hydra. Hydra have come into the series with a 1-0 advantage, and not only have Vidra equalized, they've come up a game. Now, they can't bring very many ships, which gives Hydra a big advantage, but Hydra have had an advantage all the way through this match so far, through the entire series, and it's not been paying off for them. Aurelio, do you think that Vidra are just gonna knock it out here and get the final win and finish the match, or have we got more games today?
Да и фиг с ним чемпом. Правильно делал, что ремонтировал прицеп.
Come on, Hydra, please win it. Like, please.
Where are your appendages, Jin?
Интересные были предыдущие 2 дня. Вообще странно, что они не вписали именно в 3 недели, это сделали еще 4-ю неделю. Мне кажется, было бы гораздо логичнее и интереснее, потому что сейчас интерес уже к чемпу на самом деле подостыл у людей.
Hydra can bring pretty much anything they want, apart from the bans and apart from obviously their flagship, which they lost. So do you think Hydra?
Я понимаю, что здесь другую систему турнира подобрали, она тоже довольно-таки как бы интересная.
Yes, and just in terms of game theory, obviously Hydra has a lot more options that they can
Там много логики и все понятно.
Vidra's actual pool of options is narrowed simply because Hydra has access to comps which are good on their own and also good as hard counters to specific comps that Vidra might otherwise be able to bring.
Что-нибудь на заднем фоне за надувная штуковина.
On the Vidra side, you'll notice that specifically that we've seen some very interesting ship choices from Vidra in order to.
Рубашка, кстати, у него зачет.
You know, we saw them using the Navy Armageddon, and we've not seen the Navy Armageddon picked at all in the previous rest of the tournament. And I firmly believe that that is so that they can leave the Armageddon or a similar vessel that they might have put in that spot for other compositions going forward, so that they still have it available as a counter that Hydra have to be aware of.
Awesome, thanks, Jin. We actually have the kill mail of, I believe it's Hydra's flagship, ready to go here. That will come up on the screen in just a moment. Relay, do you want to run us through the
Лишак покажет.
Once again, pretty standard.
Только чьи это?
You've got your gun, and they've actually gone for newts, which is pretty standard because beforehand they actually ran nosses. We've got the smart bomb, got the officer smart bomb, really standard. Once again, 100 man afterburn instead of a micro warp drive, and a scram.
Ну это уже лишак, который убивали до этого. Где крутой дамаг мод, крутая смарта. Или нет? И сенсор-бустер офицерский. 42 лярда. Это, по-моему, да, это, по-моему, триумвиратовский лишак.
They were passive tanked because people were scared of the newt meta. And these are 2 teams that heavily were proponents of the newt meta, but they are running ships that are very cap heavy. You know, despite the cap booster, that's active resistance hardener, you got the active reactive armor hardener, they're running newts instead of nosses that can help. What do you think of this kind of like change back from passive to active tanks flagships?
I think this just comes from the fact that you're seeing the two teams that really pioneered that new meta facing up against each
Надо
other.
по пилоту, короче, проверить.
If you're using the new meta all the way throughout this tournament, that means you have a counter to it. You don't show a composition like that without expecting people to copy it, especially not so early. And I think one of the interesting things to note about this specific Leshak fit is that he is fit to counter an opposing Leshak. you notice there that he's got, an explosive and thermal hardener and a reactive hardener on top of that. And that means that over the ramp-up period of an opponent's Leshak, he's going to get incredible thermal and explosive resists. And that's going to allow that, abyssal armor repairer to allow him to tank an incoming Leshak's damage very effectively.
I also noticed that, especially in these matches with the flag Leshak, they're also running T1 cruisers as well. And the reason why they're using T1 cruisers is that they can put a capacitor transfer on those cruisers to feed the Leshak's capacitor. So it'll essentially never run out of cap as long as that T1 cruiser is feeding capacitor with the capacitor transfer on the Leshak.
Yeah, so with that, it sounds like the commentators are just about ready. So let's see if Hydra Reloaded can tie the series back up 2-2, or whether they
Да, это гидровский.
win themselves their second alliance tournament.
Гидровский Leshak. Сейчас посмотрю, что там сгорело, нет. О, Дрейк, 1000 лет, 1000 зим. Третий бой, и мне тут подсказали, что у Гидры типа +1 очко, так что +1 победа считается. Поэтому если считайте, хотя это третий бой, но счет идет 3-1 в пользу Гидры. Итак, Гидра потенциальный победитель. Болгарка, Виндикатор, Лешак, комбо из 3 сильных БШ, Хамелеон, Магус Понтификс Ведьмак, Талия Дьякон и Домовик. У Выдры Баргест Василиск, Нави Дрейк, он сейчас больше дамажничай танкованный, Серба, Ортрус, Тор, Джебдоу, Кицуня, Кетчер и Каракал. Получается ракетный полностью формат. Много колдырей. И пошел джам. От Кицуни пошел джам по АБШ. И сразу Гидра потопила вперед, им бояться нечего, они выпустили дронов логистических, кинули все на Хамелеона. Выдра же начинает топить, катить, едет в бок от 3 БШ. Болгарка все равно кого-то подцепит, скорее всего, под сетку. Ну и что вы будете делать? Кого вы, если что, задамажите? Там столько логистических дронов, как эту ситуацию разрулить? Нужно отсмартить их или что-нибудь такое с ними сделать. Видно, что джамят Баргеста, Цербу, Джебдоу, Флайкетчеру, Выдры. Не выглядит формат Выдры серьезным. Может, они, конечно, сейчас в тыл зайдут. Видно, что они сделали довольно-таки большой крюк, чтобы зайти в тыл. Но как только они приблизятся к каким-то другим кораблям, тут же БШ смогут кого-то из них подловить. Итак, скребок. Скидает скребок на Цербу Выдр. Там Домовик и Ведьмак. И тем временем Дьякон у Гидры пытается забрать. В принципе, это реально. Он на структуре, да, забирает Дьякон. Минус логист фрегат у Гидры. Но скоро они, скорее всего, потеряют Цербу. Вероятно. По крайней мере, можно было Домовик и Ведьмак точно так же задамажить. Да, действительно, потек Ведьмак, на нем таргет пейнтер. Если уберут Ведьмак, это крузак и притом таклер. Станет немного полегче. Ортрус под скребок попался у Выдры. И Ведьмак, его будет спасать. Ведьмак пытается отъезжать. Он на структуре, и ракеты должны догнать. Структура и Ведьмак. Ведьмак умирает у Гидры. -1 таклер, -1 скребок на Цербе. Церба условно спасена. Хотя я вижу, там уже нетрик на нее кинули. Наверное, Баргест там... Ой, болгарка там подбирается поближе. Ортурус страдает, пытается его откачивать в Идры, но он быстро стек. Там уже просто Виндикатор, БШ приехали, только дай добраться своими гибридками пострелять под сеткой. Скорее всего, в Идры сейчас пошла в перезарядку. Ну им надо кататься, что делать там? Вот цербы выкачивают капу, пытаются ее качать, сетка на цербе, и она не едет, у нее скорость 150. Там уже есть скребок, скорее всего цербу убьет. Она не успеет второй раз разрядиться, а пока мы здесь разряжаться. По талии, Магус потек у Гидры. Могут Магус убрать. И Магус очень быстро улетает. Магус это дроновый корабль, так что можно сказать, что с Магусом отлетела пачка логиз-дронов. Начинает стрелять Хамелеон. И церба течет. Церба просто утекает. Там откачкой даже и вообще и не пахнет. Даже, по-моему, я не видел, чтобы чемодан был прожат. И у Гидры стекает Хамелеон. Неужели его заберут? На нем же было столько логистических дронов. И Хамелеон уничтожает. Гидра теряет Хамелеон. Еще один кораблик. Уникальный на этом АТ пропал и больше не появится. Ну что дальше? Практически не осталось кораблей, которые могут ловить корабли выдры, хотя видно, что сейчас Василиск под сетку и под нетрик попался. Неужели Василиску придет... Так, из под сетки он выбрался. По-моему, сработал джам. Сработал джам, и Василиск сейчас имеет возможность выбраться. Немного отрегенить капу, да, включил он МВД и топит. Просто Кицуня спасла ситуацию. Ситуация редкая, но фрегат джамищий зарешал. И выдра начинает дамажить домовик. Вот кого надо было хватать, а не Отру с тырбой. Кицуню надо было убирать ведьмаку и Понтификсу. Или кто там еще пытался таклить домовику. Пытались продавить домовик, но домовик откачивают. Заканчивается 6-я минута, счет 25-24.
Yeah, and if that is a full newt Balgorn, that is a lot of newt pressure on top of anything he chooses to apply to. It is the classic sucky.
Виндикатор прям рядом с Василиском трется. Он далеко не уехал, и там и болгарка, и Виндикатор. Скорее всего, Василиска заберут, да не скорее всего, а я уверен в этом. Пока что Понтификс тоже течет у Гидры. И теряет Понтификс. В принципе, могли бы и остальные корабли по-быстрому попытаться забрать. Типа как Талию, Домовик. О, Василиск, просто как он танкует, он АШБшный. Там структуры чуть-чуть. Он дуал АШБшный, что ли? Он и быстро проседает, и быстро откачивается. Судя по всему, он дуал ШБ. Он выигрывает много времени сейчас для выдры.
If Vidra are probably going to get this Thalia down pretty soon, but even if they do, if Hydra kills this Basilisk, they're going to be head on points again. It's going to keep flipping.
And he's down. Basilisk is down.
Да, Василиск, все, Василиск закончился. Но счет пока что... Да не пока что, Гидра вырывается вперед. Если им надо забирать какой-то БШ. Им надо пытаться забрать какой-то БШ. Но как они это сделают? У них поймали Дрейка, у выдры поймали Дрейка. И Дрейк утекает очень быстро. Длинные сетки, длинные нетрики.
I think Hydra might have just pulled this one back from the brink of destruction. Hugh Lightbender, though, man, what an
Все-таки 3 бэша довольно-таки непростая цель. Но я думал, что все-таки могли справиться, учитывая, что логистический дрон не так много остался, и всего одна талия катается у Гидры, и под прежним Кицуня была жива у Выдры. На Кицуню сильный расчет не стоило вести. Она, да, иногда помогает, иногда спасает, но надеяться на то, что она будет контролировать 3 бэша, практически нереально. Можно было сконцентрироваться на чем-нибудь. На чем-нибудь одном, например, на болгарке.
That tally might be jammed because the Vindicator is not receiving reps. He's slowly dropping down through armor. Only 38%
Остается
left.
1,5 минуты, даже меньше 1,5 минут. Счет 57-32. Начиная течь Виндикатор. Там его, конечно, качают. Возможно, стоит переключить джам на талию, потому что талия все равно может спасать ситуации. Там пару стеков логистических дронов еще есть, которые катаются. Да, кидается джам на талию. Но время потрачено, остается 1 минута. Скорее всего, рапидки разрядились довольно-таки сильно, и уже нету времени их перезаряжать.
Significant happens, like someone boundaries all of a sudden, then this match will go to Hydra, taking the score to 2 each, meaning we will go to the final match of the series, where every single ship that has been banned so far is unbanned once again. It's going to be chaos and
Остается полминуты, и Гидра, скорее всего, выиграет это сражение и займет 1-е место на АТ. Довольно-таки интересный бой. Нави Дрейк. Очень интересно посмотреть на фит Василиска. Нави Дрейки я, по-моему, еще на АТ не видел. Но они могли быть. Ну, по счету получается, что... Так, кто сейчас выиграл? Гидра и Выдра.
Well, that is what I call a match. Version of fly-killer-like missiles going up against a beefy but armor battleship core there. Reload, talk us through the match.
So,
выиграла же Гидра.
They're on the back foot. They brought a triple battleship core with the Thalian Deacon. So they brought Balgon, Vindicator.
Получается, что они должны забрать 3-ю победу, если они считаются.
Excellent pilots as they are, try to evade those 3 battleships. They brought a chameleon as well.
2-2. Что-то я запутался.
On the Vyacheslav side did so well.
Окей, 2-2.
I'm crazy. The chameleon died. It's wow, amazing match.
Выдравила 2-1.
The real turning point in that match for me was when the Orthrus got caught. That was the point at which the momentum of the match really changed, and it looked like Hydra were going to come back into it. And after that, we saw a lot of back and forth with people trading ships and
так Выдре поинт дали за то, что она с тривератами там сражалась.
Of the Hydra team was what effectively put Vidra in risk at the start of that match, you know. Ideally, if you're flying fast,
да, я видел, что ты писал, я просто как бы не смог сразу понять. Я даже повторял 2-2, 2-2, но как бы... Там был Баргест. Я, короче, пошел перечитывать чатик, окей, все.
But yeah, so, you know, we're now at the point where we are 2-2?
Yeah.
That's correct? Yeah, so Vidra versus Hydra. That means that this is
it.
This is the final game. This is the only game.
Я один бой пропустил, значит, просто и не записал его.
One match left.
And that means that the conquest rules go away. They can both bring whatever the hell they like.
Просто я смотрю по записям, у меня есть записи 3 боев.
Hopefully we will get news of those soon. But first, we have a player profile of Hugh Lightbender ready to come up. On the screen in but a moment, this is a member of Vida Reloaded. He's, I think it's fair to say he's a Logi pilot, right, Reload?
Yeah, absolutely. This guy is almost semi-exclusive to the logistics pilot, and we also see a tiny bit of DPS as well. He's got a 60% live rate, which is pretty good for a
Ты имеешь в виду, когда они между собой сражались, что ли?
69% win rate as well.
До этого.
That's a pretty good statistic.
В другой день. Извини, я туплю. Видать, мне нужно объяснить, и даже не мне одному.
Anyone who's ever done that knows just what an incredible feeling it is to be hammering away
Пойду
at that
пока
button and
найду.
just hoping that the charges go in. We've all been there.
It's the same tension of
Кит Василиска.
when you're de-aggressing on a gate, when you've got like 100 million people shooting you, and you're running your reps in your Hyperion trying to jump back through, and you're like bleeding structure, you finally get to the other side, and of course there's a malediction and tackles and you die anyway. But still, it is those.
Давай, в какой ТС мне зайти?
In the match, but yeah, we're tied up 2-2, and it's difficult with all the excitement pumping.
Преторианс, захожу.
Go any deeper than that. But yeah, we do have another little section for you guys queued up here. I believe that we will be having an interview on the couch with
Куда мне
CCP
спуститься?
Shreddy. I'm glad that we're not missing that due to the day ending early, as he is a fantastic Eve dev. I hadn't met him before today, but he's got a ton of super interesting stories, responsible for a lot of cool things going on at CCP headquarters. So we will be bringing you guys that in a little bit when the guys upstairs.
Я, короче, в лобби.
Yeah, so as we are approaching the very end of this series, do you guys have any favorite moments of, say, today that you kind of look back on fondly and think this is going to be something that is going to be remembered through the rest of the tournament?
Yeah, I really think that second match against Vidra from Triumvirate is one that will be replayed multiple times. It's such a
смотри, получается, одно очко дали за то, что эти времена пошли. Это дали Гидре. Получается, первых два боя выиграла Видра.
Сейчас, погоди, я потише сделаю.
Сейчас выиграла Гидра. Вот, получается, 2-2. Ты ж первый бой вроде комментил, не?
Сколько? Я все бои вроде комментил. Сколько боев уже? 4 было? Или 3? Следующий бой 19.
Было только 3.
Вот. 3 боя. 2-1. А почему написано, что 4 боя всего предусмотрено? Я не вижу там... Не вижу, что 5-й бой был. Я не вижу, чтобы был 5-й бой где-то написан, ну, в таблице, по крайней мере.
Ну, вон, смотри, на стриме сейчас 19:30, последний бой. Получается, первый бой, я же тебе говорю, очко давали чисто за то, что эти примера прошли. У них автоматом очко.
За что давали?
Потому что они по винерам дошли до финала.
Ну, я вот гидрам дали, или винер.
Да,
ну, гидра.
Первых два боя выиграла Видра. Получалось 2-1. Вот сейчас выиграла Гидра. Все, получается 2-2. Сейчас финал.
Да, понятно, спасибо, что объяснил. Я вообще просто запутался между этими гидрами и выдрами.
Ну, я вообще общался с гидрачами, они говорили, ну, практически, что нереально, что они выиграют, потому что у них просто... Тут же как, два одинаковых формата нельзя использовать, два одинаковых корабля. Я так понял.
Yeah, definitely. People are still remembering that one. What did you think of the previous match? Because in my eyes, that was absolute bunkers.
Yep, there was a definite turning point in that match there. It was fun. It was awesome to see the energy in the room here. Everyone huddling around.
Все на гидру почему-то ставят.
Awesome.
Ну, если сейчас не забанят Виктора и так далее, Гидра, скорее всего, тащит.
Играет, получается, до трех побед, до 3 очков. Сейчас 2-2.
surrounding people running Abyssal Dead Space runs. We're working on an event for September that we're just finishing up, and then we're bringing out the big guns for what we're designing for October.
So that's a first on the stream right here with CCP Shreddy. So next to all the event and the stuff itself, how has the introduction to the community been for you at FanFest and now again here in Nottingham?
Just seamless.
Следующая битва через 10 минут.
The entire community as a whole, like everybody just loves this game, loves the community, loves the friendships and everything surrounding it. It's something like, feels like once you're into it, you're into it for life. It's really amazing. It's a special place.
And have you been playing EVE Online prior to being engaged by CCP Games to be the live producer?
No, I was not. I was not an EVE Online player. I've been in the video game industry for a long time. I have definitely heard EVE, followed EVE. If you haven't heard of EVE, you're probably living under a rock in the video game industry. But no, I was not an active player, unfortunately. I've started playing now. CCP Falcon and CCP Guard, those are my homeboys that I just go, help, help, and they come help me with my fittings and when I'm just trying to do anything, and yeah, they know the game and they hook it up.
So we can assume that you're living in Wormhole space now.
No, I'm just living in my station, afraid to go out half the time.
All right, and I'm afraid that's all the time that we have right here. And with that, the Paris Hilton of EVE Online says goodbye, and it's back to the studio.
Hey guys, my name is CCP Card, and I'm going to Berlin for G-Fleet on October 5th with my CCP friends, and I hope to see you there.
Да, сижу в Евке. Смотрю, кто тут кемпит рядом с OLX.
Thanks for that interview, CCP Shreddy. So we have a really cool, quite deep graph coming up for you guys. It's about to appear on screen. It is the pick rate of ships by tournament. So we're looking at Alliance tournaments since AT7 here. We can see that AT11 was a frig-heavy tournament, but I get the feeling that that is due to it being a very battleship-heavy tournament, meaning you have to use frigates to come out the bottom end, and that is somewhat backed by the little cyan line. You'll see that the green and cyan lines kind of mirror each other in that when you bring a lot of battleships, you need to bring a lot of frigates, and if you bring a lot of frigates, then you have the points to bring
Корабли по турнирам. Популярные.
Okay, so we'll start with AT XVI.
Я бы на БКшек посмотрел. Видно, что на 15-м АТ они были популярны.
And we got AT15 battle cruisers. I would say are the MVP because of just battle
Сейчас не так.
And then you just see
Так же, как дестройеры примерно.
Going up as well as the meta, and then going
Ну,
to the top
у казаков популярность, можно еще на ветку быша посмотреть. Но она так себе идет.
Because I'm not very good with colors. Jim, tell me more.
No worries. Something I'll note here that's really interesting, I think, is just how much the
быша примерно
points increase
коррелирует с дестройерами, как ни странно.
use of them over the past couple of tournaments. You can see there that during AT13 and AT14, destroyers in general were very, very highly picked. They were considered very important parts. Obviously considered very important parts of the meta, whereas recently they've dropped down. However, we have seen a resurgence, although that's not actually been in the T3D market. We've normally seen those be things like the Synesis, which are obviously points reduced this year, and that's because they're the only pirate faction destroyer in the game.
So then another thing to consider is we have a chameleon kill mail. We've been talking about it a whole bunch, so it's actually worth seeing how one of these is fit. We've got it here from... oh no, apparently it's not ready quite yet. Apologies. We might look at that in just a moment. But yeah, so we.
Why don't we talk a little bit about what the chameleon does?
Yes, we should do that.
Before we get to see the fit itself. So the chameleon is effectively a healer with a falcon just gaffer taped to it, just wrapping it together and putting it in the ship. It's got a lot of
that's what the devs did when they designed it. We're going to take duct tape, done.
I
Does that
wish
explain Caldari ship design?
Этот график отображал популярность кораблей по размерам там БШ, БК и по чемпионатам, то есть по годам. Какие размеры кораблей были более или менее популярны в различные годы на АТ. На разных АТ.
But yeah, so obviously it's T1 drone restricted in this tournament, as it has been for quite a few years now, with the exception of last year, obviously. But we see the Chameleon still be popular despite T1 drones because it is so good in so many ways. It's not completely reliant on its drones. It's got those missile highs, which you can put rapid lights, we know, are just fantastic in the tournament, or even hams if you want a bit extra DPS, and then the jams are just so incredibly strong. Reload, how does the Chameleon as a jamming ship compare to, say, you know, your Rook, your Falcon, or even going up to the Widow?
Well, the thing is with the
Хамелеон обсуждает.
much lower EHP, especially in
Сравнивают его с Фальконом, с Руком, с Видоу. В принципе, это все одно и то же.
The Chameleon is actually, it's two ships in one. It's obviously it's a jamming ship, but it's also an anti-support ship. You see a lot of these Chameleon fights where the Chameleon will just do its own thing and just start trying to kill bombers.
Но Хамелеон проще зафитить, по крайней мере, в армор, чем все остальные корабли. У него +1 low slow, можно сказать, по сравнению с Фальком.
Something really interesting about the Chameleon especially is the fact that it's limited to only launching 2 drones at once. And that's something that we see, that's something I really like about the hull in general, because it adds a lot more interesting corner aspects to it. I mean, in previous matches, we've seen people put EC300s on the Chameleon drones or rep the Chameleon drones in order to try and keep them alive.
We have the kill already, so let's bring up Jin. Do you want to run us through it?
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, we can see, obviously, everything here is T2 fit. That's simply how things have to be in the Alliance tournament. Those are the rules.
Слитый Хамелеон.
Spend 150 billion ISK, you do not get to break them. So here we can see 2 drone link augmenters in the highs, double Nosferatu. That's pretty much because that's only the
Да, причем он в резист и еще дрон дамаг почему-то зачем-то зафитил. А бэшный. Ну, понятно, почему он не выжил. Вампирики, дрон линки. И сила джама в ригах. Ну, сила и дальность там. Причем джаммера поставили много от колдарских кораблей, 2 от матарских и 1 от тамарских.
Flykiller, what Vidra brought, were all Caldari, and there's 3 jams there that are not being used, so they did skew pretty well, but unfortunately it didn't save the Chameleon, but it did win them the match.
Yep, so we are just bringing up the match. It is just a few minutes away. It's due to be on at past, I believe, if I just check up on my schedule.
Afterburner as opposed to an MWD?
I think it's a much more defensive approach of using the Chameleon. You're not going in with a micro warp drive, going as fast as possible. It's a very that setup they were going was, it's a bit of a strange mix of offensive and defensive. You've got the triple battleship going in and rushing.
Сейчас уже ближайшие минуты должен следующий матч начаться.
And then the Chameleon and the support are supposed to be held back, being defended by the triple battleship, but unfortunately that didn't really happen, and eventually got the Chameleon killed.
So, what I want you guys to do for me now is we're gonna have a bit of a prediction, but we're doing a little bit more than usual. I want the winner of the match. I want which unique each team is going to bring, because let's be honest, now is the time to bring uniques. And if either or both or none of them die. So team, what unique they bring and whether they win or lose. Jintan, with no preparation time at all.
I believe that Vidra win. They bring an Atana Widow setup and
Никогда не понимал арморные фиты. Арморные фиты очень хорошие, когда ты рубишься на топорах. Это в кемпах и так далее шилдовые фиты очень популярны. Если у тебя есть вариант зарубиться на ограниченном пространстве, когда от тебя довольно-таки сложно кайтить, арморные фиты покажут себя лучше.
Well, let's have a look at the bands to see if that's going to get rid of anything. We have bands from Hydra, Blackbird,
no surprise,
Tengu, Chameleon.
Okay, so Chameleon.
Hydra bans. Now this is an interesting ban. Guardian, Rabisu, and Neros.
Okay, so that's interesting. So they're trying to...
No T2 armorology.
No, not quite, because they are still leaving open those logistics frigates. So that's an interesting play, because something we've talked about a lot behind the scenes previously is how good we think Flykiller
Пропустил, но какая-то из команда забанила Рабицу, Анерос и Гвард. То есть убрали всех сильных круз-логистов.
So it'll be interesting to see if this is an attempt from Vidra to force their opponents onto a logistics frigate setup that they can then counter. Because as we've talked about, the shield meta is generally not very good if you try and apply it to a heavy core setup. It has to be one of these more distributed kiting setups.
Absolutely.
So, you guys ready to find out who wins AT 16?
No, but we're going to anyway.
You're damn right we are. I hope you guys are ready at home to find out the winner to AT 16 because we are going to the match between Vidra and Hydra right now.
Возвращаемся. Сейчас будет последняя битва. Счет 2-2, и эта битва уже решит, кто первый, а кто второй. Гидра и Выдра берут арморные форматы, причем начально у каждой команды это по 3 БШ. Разница то, что у Гидры есть болгарка, а у Гидры Нави Мега. У Гидры, если продолжать, есть Трук, это ЕЦМ, Магус Понтификс, Ведьмак, Талия Дьякон, Домовик. Также есть Трук у Выдры, Магус Понтификс, Ведьмак, Вексор, Талия Дьякон. А разница на самом деле небольшая, Вексор и...
Yeah, so the more DPS from the Vidra team, the control from the Vidra immediately applied as the looks like the jams landed on the Balgorn straight off the bat, recognizing
Вексор против Домовика и Нави Мега против Балки. Я думаю, что все будет зависеть от того, как повезет с джамом. Если один рок заджамит хорошо другого, это поединка на самом деле джамеров. Поединок джамеров. Ой, извиняюсь. Да, у Выдры гораздо больше ДПС, но у Гидры больше контроля. Даже длинные сетки могут сильно помочь.
Neuting out the Vidra team, whether we are seeing him neuting the Lashak, neuting that Vindicator, it's all going to come down to is it new Balgon or is it that
И сразу Буша пошли в лоб.
If he gets anywhere near those Talia and Deacon frigates, he's going to just alpha their cap. So they have to be very careful with their positioning. The Vindicator of Water Ubersnall is taking the most damage right now into roughly half armor, but the reps are landing from the Talian.
Пока что я вижу, в принципе, что джам работает лучше у Выдры, а вот у Гидры течет Виндикатор, и там половина брони. Кидает на Виндикатор дополнительный логист дронов, чтобы пошла лучшая откачка. Но там Нави Мега смартит. Видно, что прям у Выдр проблемы, у Выдр там по Выдрам раскинута джамера, вернее по Гидрам раскинута джамера, а у Выдры как бы только одна Дьякон какой-то джам, может это дроны кинуты. Так что видно, что работает сейчас руку выдр. Так, практически убирает всех логис-дронов. И сейчас Виндикатор должен уже повеселее потечь, по идее. Но видно, что кинули джам на рук или шаг выдр, и ситуация может поменяться. Неужели рук Гидр выбрался из-под джама? Тогда сейчас, возможно, этот Виндик не успеет додавить. Еще одну пачку логис-дронов кидает на Виндикатор, но он живет. Я не вижу пока джамов на Гидре. Видно, ну вот сейчас из джама, возможно, вышел рук выдры, начинает раскидывать. Успел ли он что-то сделать или нет, сейчас непонятно.
The Vindicator of Niconoiser has taken some damage, but nowhere near as much as who is down to 60% hull and dropping. Looks like they're
также в ответку течет Виндикатор выдры.
The jams perhaps landed a little bit better for Vidra there, but Hydra stabilizing now, 60% structure, but they need to get some more.
Поймали руку выдры. Там скребок сетка. И если он сейчас не заджамит тех, кто его держит, возможно, что-нибудь нехорошее случится. Хотя, по идее, его должны как-то спасать, но спасать одновременно рук и Виндикатор. Опять очень много джама раскидано по кораблям Гидры. Но Виндикатор держится, а там, видать, еще и репка работает какая-то. Возможно, стоит стратегически скинуть Джамера на Дьякона и Талию, и Джамера кидается на Талию и Дьякона. И стоит ли джамить на самом деле быша другие? Здесь нужно джамить рук в первую очередь, а потом, в зависимости от ситуации, но можно переключиться на Талию и Дьякон. Это может сильно помочь. Там Ведьмак гоняется и Магус за руком выдры. И смартят дронов, которые качает рука. Структура пошла, структура хорошо. Виндикатор Гидры, да. Уходит на борду.
Yeah, it looks like Vidra just got crucial jams there on the Falandican. As the dam of it goes down now, that was one of the scrams on that.
Кто дальше? Если, в принципе, они убирают решак, то практически ДПС у Гидры не остается. Болгарка и все. Да, болгарка это не ДПС. И так ДПС на самом деле у Гидры сейчас мало. Только рук могут спасти ситуацию. Если бы он пермаджамил другой рук, что довольно-таки проблематично, потому что оба эти корабля Реконы, у обоих большая сила сенсоров сопротивления джаму.
Yeah, it looks like Vidra just in control of this match from this point on. Everything that they have is at full armor. Her SP is the Shack is about to drop down low. They have almost no DPS if you look at their attack bar in comparison.
Лишак буквально на четверти брони.
This is over. I think this is, I don't want to call it now, but I think Vidra Reloaded are probably going to be Alliance Tournament champions yet again for 2 years running.
Скоро дело до структуры дойдет.
They're going to be extremely pleased coming in from the losers bracket and just absolutely outperforming Hydra Reloaded, basically. There's no other way about it. Both teams, of course, did extremely well. I mean, that was an amazing match. That Vindicator, watch it, not lasting so long. Just incredible logistics piloting.
Сейчас разгонится ДПС и Лишак уже на половине структуры. Там и скребок на нем, все, что положено. И сетки. Все, Гидра теряет Лишак и практически теряет весь свой ДПС. И исправить ситуацию за 3,5 минуты при таком раскладе уже практически невозможно. У Выдры 50 поинтов становится после того, как они еще Магус забирают.
Yeah, I really loved the match that just came before this one as well. So close, both teams clawing back. It was him like Vidra winning, Hydra winning, Vidra winning, Hydra winning. It was awesome. This match was awesome too. Just a straight
Много мелких кораблей взрывается у Гидры. Неужели это self-destruct какой-то? И Рук умирает. Они сдаются, что ли?
Commendations to both teams here, because that was an incredible finals tournament. I think much better than last year.
Болгарка топит к маячку для МЖД. Пытается спастись. Остается один болгар, одна болгарка, ее все кинули. Выдра выигрывает. Причем видно, что Выдра забанила Guardian Rabbits and Arrows. Там заранее комментатор подсказал про это. Да, болгарка тоже взрывается. Выкупив за пределы. Выдра чемпионы. Гидра второе место. Хотя очень были похожие составы. Ну, этот АТ закончен, так что осталось только досмотреть, может, какие-нибудь пасхалочки будут от студии.
Hey guys, my name is CCP Guard, and I'm going to Berlin for G Fleet on October 5th with my CCP friends, and I hope to see you there.
Vidra win Alliance Tournament 16 to join the pantheon of multiple Alliance Tournament winners. There are 3 of them now. First was Band of Brothers, second was Pandemic Legion, and now is Vidra Reloaded. I am joined by Nash Cadaver and Bayart J, the 2 architects of the production that has been going on here for the past few weeks, and many months beforehand of stress. 4 weeks, sorry, I'm also ruined. Yeah, so
4 недели шел АТ. Можно теперь расслабиться.
It's been fun. It's been quite an experience. I think we pushed all our volunteers to the maximum in all of the effort they can put in, and our management as well. But we, you know, that maximum level has produced something beautiful, I think, and it's been a really fun ride. And yeah, it's been good.
You've gone great, you know.
Have I gone great?
Yeah, I think you're like, this has matured you in a bad way.
It's been good.
Nash, how you doing, buddy?
I'm all right, you know. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I'm glad it's done. Hail Vidra. I was hoping
Виндик долго танчил, когда Рук начинал их работать. В эти моменты он там убирал часть ДПСа. Я же говорю, это ПВП в основном было между двумя джаммерами.
But no, it's been amazing, and obviously thank you very much to yourself for hosting yet another wonderful finals.
And thank you everyone involved in the production. We're going to have them coming on just a little bit. So thank you to people doing the stats. Thank you to all the CCP guests. Thank you to all the commentators, the analysts, the people in tech upstairs.
Всем спасибо, говорят, выходит вся студия.
Stevie and Catherine for running the charities for us. Many more people, like I remember to mention. All of you guys for watching. Damn, there's a lot of people coming in here.
Как много людей на самом деле занимались всем этим. Быстрая концовочка. Ну что могу сказать? Финал мог быть интереснее, но он тоже был... Интересные моменты в нем присутствовали явно. Не было, конечно, такого накала, как если бы, возможно, какие-нибудь другие альянсы столкнулись. Но этот АТ прошел, будет следующий. На следующем АТ может быть все по-другому, а пока 2 АТ подряд, Гидра и Выдра просто в финале. Это тоже большое достижение, их заслуга. Молодцы. Какие бы тактики они ни использовали в подготовке, в принципе, это очень хорошо работает. Да, Tower of Time, я обещал посмотреть, что это за игра. Давайте, я тоже стрим врубаю. Увидимся.